All right. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to Lagos State Media. I am your co-host, Madin Majak and Bol Makun.
Ignorance is an industry, big industry. And there are those who want Africa to continue to wallow in poverty.
Nuri, I see you. Madid, can you send the link to Chankwas and Emmanuel? Bol, you have the link. I send you the link, please. Okay, let me play one more song while the guests are joining.
Yeah, so the guests,
Okay. Look, I see you. Hold on there. Nuri, I see you. Hold on. I'm waiting. I see you guys. Hold on right there.
Okay.
The guests are left on the other line. Okay. One second.
Yes.
Okay. Madid, can you send them the link, please?
Okay.
And I post one here. Okay. Hang on, guys. Just a second.
Greeting guys. Greeting guys.
Hello, Brother Emmanuel.
How are you doing?
Welcome
Long
back.
time. How are you doing? How are you doing? Long time.
I know, right?
I thought maybe you defected to react. I thought maybe you defected to react.
That would be the last thing I do. You know, I'm not a family member, so that cannot happen.
True. True.
Yeah, we thought Peter Kenny went along with the Talara. Yeah, we thought Peter joined the Correct Machar.
Okay, and one time, guys. Gentlemen, I want you guys, if you guys can flip all your phone, whatever you have on, to portrait instead of landscape. Actually, on landscape instead of portrait. Please. That way it will help.
Some of us are using. We are using mobile.
Yeah, I think mobile will still do the same thing, but it's fine if you don't want to. If it get complicated, that's okay. You don't have to.
What did you say? Did you say we have to flip the phone? We have to flip what? We have to flip what?
From portrait to landscape.
Okay, do we do it on? Let me try it. Yeah. Let me try it.
You just turn your phone around. You don't have to. No. Okay, if Emmanuel, your setting is not going to do it. I just saw it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's good this one. Okay, hang on tight there, guys. I'm waiting for the.
Is Shankwas coming back?
Yes, I'm actually waiting for Shankwas because. Okay.
Yeah.
Benjamin Akol, I see you there. Madud, Bul Madud, I see you. Bol Makur, hang on there 1 second. So what happened is, I think the show earlier went really well, and the topic is very interesting. I believe the topic actually hit the heart of the politics of Junub Sudan, and that's why everybody is interested in the topic. No matter what part of the political spectrum you are, whether you are an IO, NDM like Emmanuel Ajewin, and those of us who are dying out of SPM, regardless how crippled it is. So please welcome back. Let's make sure at this time.
I'm the only one who doesn't have a party. I'm just an independent.
I don't want a situation where we will be telling the whole story. Again, people get tired, and other people are getting caught up without actually making their point. So if you can make your point within the minimum of 3 minutes, that would be really wonderful.
You 3 minutes is too little, my friend.
3 minutes is too small, my friend.
Okay, let's agree on timing.
Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. I can hear you.
3 minutes is too limited.
What about 5 minutes?
The IO guy came here. He talked for an hour lecturing us, and nobody stopped him. So he cannot give us 3 minutes. That is unfair.
3 minutes is too little. We need.
Okay.
Let Emmanuel suggest. Let Emmanuel suggest because
5 minutes. 5 minutes is good.
I agree with that.
Can I have an opinion as a guest, as not a guest, as somebody who is having
Madid, go ahead. Hang on 1 second.
Medium content. There are people here who may have a lot of content to produce because they have a mission to educate the people of South Sudan based on their political platform. Now, we can actually critique that. For example, if IO is saying that it is the only alternative now, we can come in and say, no, because of the following reason, I don't think you would be the alternative. If the I'm running
out of power here.
NDMPF is saying it is the alternative, but need to make the people of South Sudan aware, I think that person would have some more minute than somebody who is going to make a critique based on medium content. So guess here, they're not going to have the same minutes. Some they will have more, and some they will have less.
Objection to that, Nuri?
Okay,
yes,
okay,
that's
okay.
A good
Let me finish mine, and then you can object, which is democratically okay. I think I'm okay to go with 3 minutes. If I hear something that is not going to fit with the people of South Sudan, then I can take 3 minutes. But okay, people such as Emmanuel Ajawin and Chenkwat and Bol, people such as Emmanuel Ajawin and Chenkwat and Bol and Billy Luke, which is going to be very hard. Billy Luke is independent. Billy Luke is coming from independent. All right.
Absolutely.
Which can be questioned by
don't believe that. Don't believe him.
We are here to check and balance. Check and balance.
Okay. Well, we have to make it clear. Okay, I am supporting the government. The government is not being supported by NDMF. Government is NDMPF is saying, you guys, you're not bringing any hope to people of South Sudan. It is the NDMPF that is the hope. All right, that's a very good one. Now we're discussing defection. Defection here cannot only be IO, but what about other defection that happened previously? What is the history of defection? Has it been helping us? Has it not been helping us? All right. So I just want to make sure so that the question would actually bring everybody in, because it seemed to me this is stain of defection. It seemed to be a stain that is sitting on the clothes of everybody.
Absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, so it's fine. So we will go for 5 minutes, and those people who are joining, the men is that speaker like Champat and Emmanuel Jangu, we can give the 5 to 10 minutes. And those who
Madid, your voice is too low. It's too low. Make sure you raise your voice a little bit.
Madid, your volume is low.
Or is it my problem?
I want you.
Okay. No, it is you.
If you have agreed for 5 minutes, you have to tackle people on 5 minutes. But
correct. We have to speak on time
because I don't need 5 minutes myself. I agree with the Nuru, because I don't have anything to say. I'm just here to help you to host the show. But these two people, Emmanuel and Chenkwel.
Bol, I'm about to leave right now. You and Peter Ken are the one who will host the show. I'm about to leave. So then we said, so Peter now is hosting the show. Now I'm about to leave. Peter, please can you remove me and come back up? So Emmanuel and Chenkwel, thank you so much for joining Legacy Media. It is my pleasure.
The same, Madid, and good luck. And good luck to you.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was my turn to speak. Because
Peter,
yes.
Peter, you can start. No problem. We have agreed one time. and this time have to be
Yes.
restricted.
Yes.
Me, Nuru, we got nothing to do with the time because we are here. Nuru is contributing. I'm here to substitute you later. But Emmanuel and Chionkwat are the one.
No. We have something to say. If the two parties are driving us into the sea, we will make sure that they are driving us into a correct sea.
Right.
Not a sea that would drown us.
No,
right. And
the other thing, Brother Bull, the other thing I have to highlight is this. You know the agenda of the show, right?
It's very clear.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so let us not take it in a way that it looks like it's a debate between Emmanuel Ajawin and Chionkwat. Because once it moved down that way, it's not going to be peaceful, I guarantee you.
Oh, you misquoted me. What I mean is...
let me question you, Chionkwat.
No, not you. I'm just saying it.
Please control your temperament because you almost lost it before. And I understand what Emmanuel is trying to do is try to distract you if you don't understand that.
What I'm saying, Brother Billy, so I'm just advising us that let us speak based on the topic. Because when you debate from the topic, you are going to aggravate more issues.
Okay.
Yeah, now, but control yourself.
I think we have said enough in terms of the housekeeping. Let me just say my point, because we have an audience that is 196, and we need to fire them up to increase the number.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, I've listened carefully to brother Chionkwat. It is very unfortunate that you always personalize the political issues and any debate, and it becomes a Jawin. The topic today we are discussing is this the end of the SPLM-IO era? What are the root causes of this mass defection? That's the topic for tonight. Okay. Now, if I come here, what will I be commenting about? I'll be commenting about this topic in particular. Why is it when I'm talking about this topic, it's taken personal? Let me try to answer some of misguided and misinformation by Chionkwat. Let me correct it. Chionkwat talked that first Emmanuel Ajawin was a member of SPLM, and then he was deployed to the South Sudan embassy in DC, Washington. I don't know where does he get this information from. Chionkwat, sometimes you take your time to get correct information. That's what intellectualism means.
That's not true. Right?
I have never.
That's not what I said.
I have never been an SPLM member in the DC, and there are no SPLM members that work in embassies. People who work in embassies, for your own knowledge, are diplomats. Diplomats are civil servants. They have no party affiliations. I never worked in SPL in the government embassy in DC. I was working in South Sudan Permanent Mission in New York, not an SPLM member, but as a civil servant. Yes, true, I was an SPLM member, and I was a member of SPLM political office from 2002 in London. I, yes, was a member of the SPLM advance team and a member of the SPLM Constitutional Review Commission that drafted the Sudan interim constitution in 2005. Yes, I was a member of the SPLM. I was a member of the SPLM of the Kurds who was sent to Holland for diplomatic training so that we could join the diplomatic service. Since I joined the diplomatic service, I ceased to be a member of SPLM, active member of SPLM political organization. So this is information I would like to let you know, that don't misinform people. I've never been an SPLM member in Sudan, in South Sudan embassy in DC. I've never worked in DC, for your own information. The other thing that you keep on talking about, and I always feel these are just empty emotions. You said that Emmanuel Ajawin party, we don't know why he defected from the NDM. I have been holding series of political discussion from the last week. One of them, the title was, why the establishment of NDM-PF. In that series, I made clear, and those who have shown it, and I'm not talking about the tribal diehards who only watch their tribal shows. Anybody who has seen my series from the last week, they will come to know the reasons why I parted way with NDM. You know? So for you go and check those videos if you are interested, Eva. The other issue I just wanted to allude to. You know, there's no amount of rhetoric, my dear compatriots. There's no amount of rhetoric under the sun that could tell the people and majority of the people of South Sudan about the glaring political and military failures of the SPLM-IO and their leader, Dr. Riek Machar. Dr. Riek Machar has failed politically to transform his SPLM-IO into a national movement. It remains a tribally based supported movement. And that's why people like Chonko are the people who are coming to defend him. We know why. It's not anybody else, you know, because it comes from that tribal school of thought, you know, of tribal affiliation, where in Africa, the blood of tribalism is thicker than the blood of ideology itself. SPLM-IO cannot bring change. And he admitted to it correctly. He said, and I quote, he was quoting me, that the SPLM-IO, when it was founded, it was not planned. It was not planned. That's what you say. And that's what I said precisely. And that's why I say any revolutionary movement that is formed from peer revenge and reaction is not a liberation movement. A liberation movements are formed because of ideologically, you know, oriented masses, people who are reacting for oppression, people who are reacting against a dictator. That is when you form a people's movement. But IO was a tribal reaction to the genocide that took place in Juba. And as a result, we know what IO did. We have seen what IO revenge is. They killed the Dinkas in Bor. They killed the Dinkas in Pariang. They killed the Dinkas in other part of Upper Nile, and they killed the Shuluk in Malakal. You know, those are glaring facts of what revenge of a white army, of militia, of a tribal hatred, you know, who wanted to avenge the death of their kin and kith by taking it on innocent civilians, you know, who are non-nuer. That kind of movement, my dear brothers and sisters, you cannot convince me that that movement is a revolutionary movement. No, it's a tribal movement based on tribal reaction, and will remain so. Okay. Now, the defection that we are discussing today in the topic, okay, the defection of Riek is unique of the IO. Okay, it has never happened before in South Sudan political discourse that you can have a political party dividing itself like a bacteria, you know, even bypassing a bacteria, you know, and cutting itself into many pieces. SPLM-IO, something is truly wrong with it. It's not about position, my dear comrades. Let Chonko not deceive you that people are defecting because of position. When Riek in 1991, and I was in Nairobi at that time, and were witness to it, when Nasser faction was formed, you had all the heavyweight of South Sudan politics. There were no position by then. Within a period of short time, Riek was left alone because Riek was always accused of being incompetent, indecisive, and a leader that lacks vision. Okay. By then, in 1994, was there a position offered? Dear my brothers and sisters, there were no positions being offered at that time. People defected from Riek because Riek is not an able leader. He doesn't have what it takes, you know, to lead a movement. So, in the court of public opinion in South Sudan today, Riek has been found guilty, you know, of incompetence, of tribalism and nepotism of highest order. You know, when you bring your wife, and Guy was trying to give an example of JF Kennedy and his brother. Seriously, JF Kennedy, you know, he was not made an attorney general because he's just a relative. You know, he was made, you know, attorney general because he was a competent lawyer. That's a legal expertise. But what legal expertise that Angelina Teng has to be a minister of defense? You know, while you have others that are there, and you tell me, oh, that is not nepotism. How many times, Chonko, you've been here, and many of you that have been saying here is showing tribalism, Ujab Denka, and all these kind of things, and you're behaving it now, and you're justifying it. You know, it shows hypocrisy at the highest order. People of South Sudan are not sleeping. We are not fools. You know, people's eyes are open. What is happening? The drama of turning the SPLM-IO what is left into a family enterprise, cannot go unnoticed to the people of South Sudan. There's no more rhetoric and political slogans and lecturing of the people that will change that reality. So, my dear brothers, we are here to say that SPLM-IO defection is not only because of position. That is simplifying the realities and the history of Dr. Riek. This man has shown it, that even if there's no position, people will defect. The next person to defect will be him himself. Now, let me come to the other issue and I conclude. He says that the SPLM-IO has a constitution, has a vision, and blah, 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 blah. And it's a democratic movement. Really? A democratic movement? Are we really joking? Unless we need to define what democracy really is. How can you say that SPLM-IO is a democratic movement when senior of his members are defecting, not those who are living in Australia, eating KFC and having McDonald's? We are talking about those like James Kong, who have been fighting in the heat, of the battles. They have said Riek has blundered. We don't need people in London, in Australia or in Canada, these SPLM-IOs who are living in comfort, to tell us about how good SPLM-IO is. You cannot convince the people of South Sudan an inch. We are saying the agreement you have signed, it is a crazy agreement. Why? Okay? You've been early talking and proudly saying that this agreement is what can bring peace in South Sudan. Let me tell you how insane that agreement that you're boasting about. Just to give you a small example. The states of South Sudan, in that agreement, they have been divided into fractions. A state cannot be divided into fractions just like a human being. I cannot say I have Chankot and I have Luke and I have Nuri. No. It has to be holy because it is an entity. In that agreement, it is a fraction of 2.7, 5.5, I don't know, 1 point something, 0.08. I've never seen a state that are located on 0.08 or 2.7. That is insanity. But you have, what is more crazy about it, you have PhD holders signing that kind of nonsense, that kind of nonsense that divide the states into fraction, and the one to convince me that at Jawid, we have a peace agreement that will really work for our country. No, my dear, I'm not mad. I have my brain. I cannot agree on something that is divided into fractions. Other thing that is actually a shortcoming of this agreement. We said, and Nuri has said well, Professor Nuri, that what we need to address is the root causes of the conflict in the country. Absolutely right, my brother Nuri. But let us look at this agreement now they have signed, and they're telling us to join. Let's take the constitutional making process, okay? The agreement talks about the permanent constitution that will be drafted, brought back to the 550 MPs. These are MPs nominated, appointed, will be based also on nepotism. Tomorrow we'll see as Ahl Ghuresh, Bita Warab. Bukra will see Ahl Ghuresh also, Bita Riek Machar from his hometown. This parliament cannot pass a permanent constitution. Okay? What we are saying is this is a mockery. Constitution is a covenant between the people and the government. In that case, once we are drafting a permanent constitution, it should be, first, you need a constitutional conference for all the political forces in the country, civil society, base faith organization, women and youth, to come and agree on the parameters of the constitution drafting. Once that is done, the constitution must be put into a referendum where the people of South Sudan will vote whether this is a covenant they want between them and the government. It is only then and only then that the constitution becomes truly permanent constitution for the Republic of South Sudan. These are not articulated in the Bible that Chonko keep on showing as the so-called revitalized arses. That does not address the root causes of the conflict. Come to the issue of federalism, okay? Federalism in that agreement is only in preamble, okay? It was only in preamble. You cannot have federalism, the issue of governance, which have destroyed the country, to be a preamble. Now, to many of you who are shrewd students, and I think Nuri is one of them, when you write something in introduction, is an indication that you're going to write about it in detail in the body of your composition or your essay. Now, once you put something as a preamble, you're supposed to tell us the details of it. Now, federalism, which is an important governance, ideology that people of South Sudan have been demanding since 1947, cannot be left in a preamble. And let me tell you this, SPLM-IO talks that they're there for the reforms and they're there for federalism. Victoria, in 2002, when the people of Equatoria were holding an Equatorian conference in 2012, and they were demanding for federalism, what did Victoria say? Victoria said, Nas Juba, you're demanding federalism, who didn't Kokoratani? You know, this is what Riek said. It's on record. Okay? Now, this is the Riek now. These guys are coming to tell us that, oh, Riek is for federalism. Riek is for change. No, hell no. Riek is not for change. Riek is for personal position. He worked for, is the only person I know in the world history that has been vice president for 8 years. He went to the bush and fight. His people died in the bushes to come back to be another first vice president. And you tell me this dude, this Dr. Kouarmedi is the only person that has a vision for South Sudan. My dear brother, that is madness. So in a court of public opinion, the so-called agreement you're holding and try to be proud of does not address amicably the root causes of the conflict. It does not address the issue of federalism amicably. It does not even address the issue of constitutional making process amicably, as I say. Now, lastly, look at legislation and legislature and tell me about reforms. For anybody who is a student of not only political science, just a student of secondary school with good education will understand that parliament is where you make the laws. The percentage that you have in parliament determines whether you can pass laws or not. As we speak, the parliament in Juba is made up of 550 MPs. 400 and plus is government and Tabandeng. Okay, they have over 2/3 majority in that parliament, which means any bill that you table in that parliament, it will be passed by the SPLM, even if the SPLM-IO is absent. Okay, because SPLM in the government, you know, and I'm concluding, and those of Taban, they have 2/3 majority in the parliament. So the dream that SPLM-IO will make change, what kind of change will you make? You don't have any numbers in the parliament. You cannot even change a comma or a full stop. So let us not start dreaming and wishful thinking that SPLM-IO is there for reform. No, SPLM-IO is for position. This is what they are fighting for. This is what they're dividing themselves for. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Emmanuel. Okay, go ahead. Tell us. I believe Chenkwas is the one coming. Nuru, do you have anything to say?
Well, I'm very scared because I'm looking at the viewers here. The number has shooted up and people are watching in the background. And it is now awakening time in Juba or in Africa. So I think it would not be fair not to. I'm getting scared because it seems like Emmanuel, the leader of the NDMPF.
You might write this party on the screen because it's hard to pronounce.
Is moving the debate faster. All right, and I'm very scared because we have signed a peace agreement with the IO party, which is a party that is working with us. I'm very scared because people are being oriented, and this is true. I'm speaking from heart. But people are also looking for a reform, a faster reform. But a faster reform at the highest speed may be dangerous. All right. So I don't want to see a debate happening between the IO party and the NDMPF because that would not be fair. I think we are party to the agreement. I'm getting scared with the level of speed that the NDM party is moving with public orientation. I will comment, but I think it would be a good idea before this thing is lost in the air for Brother Chenkwas to comment on this because the content is watered down to dismiss the IO and replace it with something that is needed by people according to the leader of the NDM.
It's not intended. It's not intended.
Okay, well, it's not intended, but you're reaching out to so many people here, which makes me scared a lot.
I can even see the comment here.
Anyway, this is what we do. Okay, Nuri, hold on. But Chinqua, would you rather hear from other person, especially maybe a government supporter, before you respond to Emmanuel, or you don't want to lose some point?
Yeah, no, I will quickly respond to Emmanuel. And I believe you have violated your 5-minute time mark, so you don't need to say anything about time again.
No, I know how many minutes Emmanuel Ajawin take. If that's your complaint, you can. It's 15 minutes.
No, it's all right. It's okay. What I'm saying is we have already violated. We have already violated the time, and it's okay. What I can say in my response to Emmanuel Ajawin, there's a difference between someone who is trying to sell himself and his party that is not known to someone who is not selling himself but defending something that is accused of. Okay? And that is why I was trying to say earlier that let us not try to deviate from the topic and then go to the personal exaltation in which Emmanuel Ajawin was just talking about. What happened, Nuri? I only see you one.
He's coming.
Yeah, I think they all disappeared.
He's coming. Just we're doing some.
I saw him too himself.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. In regard to everything that Emmanuel Ajawin has spoken, these are empty vessels that make noise, because I cannot give or lend my ears to someone who doesn't even have supporters, someone who doesn't even have a base, someone who doesn't even have a protocol in place for the movement or for its movement. As far as I am concerned, its movement is only led. It is led by Emmanuel Ajawin, deputized by Emmanuel Ajawin. The secretary is Emmanuel Ajawin. The secretary for finance is Emmanuel Ajawin, and the list goes on. That is all I know about the NDM-PF. The erratic behavior that you see from him, and the way he's trying to speak in front of us, it is just a behavior that is that can be regarded as someone who is selling himself. But let him continue to sell himself. Maybe there will be buyers, but not me. I will not buy his product because his product is already tainted. In regard to everything that he always babble against SPLM-IO, I'm not going to go in detail, because as far as I believe, his party will never be on a parity term with the SPLM-IO. Okay, he will always be way at the back and continue to bark at the back of the house. If I decide not to open the door for him, he will never enter. So I will not be worried by his personal attacks on the IO, because he's a jalpach, he's a jalpach. Maybe for some of you that do not understand the jalpach.
What did jalpach mean? I don't understand.
No. Well, he was talking in Nuer and you did not ask him to explain. So I'm speaking in his language.
Okay.
So he's a jalpach. Okay, and ask him to explain, because you didn't ask him before to explain the new language he's used. Okay, so I cannot waste my time responding to every detail from a jalpach. Okay.
Go to the point, please.
Because he's so funny. Go to the point.
Wow. All right, my dear comrades,
we Jalpach.
No, can Nuri help?
Anyway, let's continue. Don't worry. You will go and find it out from your dictionaries.
All right, go ahead, Chikwa.
Let me go. All right, so let me go on.
And where is Emmanuel? He gone?
He disappeared because I called him Jalpach.
Okay, go to the point. Go to the point, Chikwa. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. All right, brothers. Yeah, let me continue.
Chankwas, I think you are here to make us listen to you. If you translate I think we would understand.
Never mind, Benjamin. Let him go ahead. We are wasting time.
Benjamin,
okay,
you have patiently listened to Emmanuel Ajawin, and he used some words from the Nuer dialect, and you didn't even ask him. So why would you ask me?
It's okay.
Let him get under your skin, please.
We understand. I think
Emmanuel is trying to outsmart you by trying to agitate you so that you don't have to get to the point.
It's okay. It's all right. I understand.
You're doing well for IO.
Thank you, Luke.
You have like one of Jalpat. You need to stop.
Okay.
All right. Let me continue, ladies and gentlemen. To be honest with you, my fellow countrymen, this Republic of South Sudan, as I've said earlier, it is a crucial time for us now to start identifying the mischievous characters among us. The mischievous characters that are destroying and destabilizing the Republic of South Sudan must be identified. Because these mischievous characters, they are the wolves that are wearing the sheepskin. And unless we start peeling the skins of the sheep off so that we can see who they are really, we are not going to achieve peace in the Republic of South Sudan. That is why we see someone like Emmanuel Ajawin. He is full of self-exaltation, self-expression, and pride. On every daily occasion, whenever you see him talking, he only speaks about himself, about his party, about himself, about his party. He has no directives in which can pursue me to join his party. And therefore, he does not even have a credibility to debate with the SPLM-IO. He cannot criticize an SPLM-IO that does not even align with his party. The only thing that he should do is to host his personal show and continue to advocate for the interests of his show and his party. And as I've said, the only thing I know, he's a singular in his party. He's a secretary, he's a treasurer, he's so and so, as you know. But go to the SPLM-IO. He cannot compare his party with the SPLM-IO. SPLM-IO is a movement that is controlled and run by individuals from all the tribes of South Sudan. Even his own tribe is represented, the Cholo people are represented in the SPLM-IO. And yet he has the ball to come and tell us today that the SPLM-IO does not, is a tribal entity. He should be ashamed of himself. SPLM-IO, the chairman is Dr. Riek Machar. Deputy is, Dr.
Dr. Oguer or Ujar or something.
Dr.
Odua.
Dr. Odua. Okay.
Yeah.
So the deputy for the SPLM-IO party is Oduar. Where does Oduar come from? From Equatoria. The Secretary General is from where? From Fertit in Wow. And yet this individual here, the mischievous character among us, have the determination to come and tell me that SPLM-IO is not a national movement. Can he tell me who is his secretary? If I will hear a Nuer, who is his deputy? If I will hear Kakwa, who is his treasurer? So, let us not allow these individuals with self-exaltations to come and mislead us. People that can never spear a reform agenda. You, the people of South Sudan, should never trust Emmanuel Ajawin and anybody that is affiliated with him whatsoever, because they will never spearhead the change that the SPLM-IO is doing. Yes, there are, in any movement, there are always negatives. We have seen it during our liberation struggle. We have seen it now. It is not new. And the fact that it is not new, somebody like Emmanuel Ajawin should not come here and behave as if he's a God sent. In fact, he's an evil in wearing the human clothing. That is why I cannot trust Emmanuel Ajawin, and any party or movement led by Ajawin, I will not join. Because you never know. You know, I would say, I rather go with a lion that I know than a lion that I have not seen yet. And that is why I cannot give an ear to Emmanuel Ajawin. What he has displayed today is erratic behavior, you know, a spirit of impolitics, and you know, people like this, honestly, my dear brothers, if we don't identify them among ourselves.
It looks like
hold on.
It looks like a confrontation between you now and Ajawin.
Well, you allow him before.
From the topic.
Both please leave him alone.
You allowed him earlier.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
I'm not attacking him as a person, but I'm attacking him as a chairman of the NDM.
Okay, go ahead.
Make sure you count the time.
But Chankwa, don't be selfish. Make sure we are here at late hours to talk too. And you have been taking time. This is not fair.
Don't be nepotist.
Go ahead, Chankwa.
Go ahead, Chankwa. Thank you.
Okay.
Because you might well talk 15 minutes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me say this. In my full statement or conclusive statement about Emmanuel Ajawin's speech, I will not go in details about everything that he have said. But what I will say to the people of South Sudan is that Emmanuel Ajawin or any of the affiliate cannot be trusted. He talked about the peace agreement. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we have been in civil war for 6 and 7 years. Okay? Going to 7 years now. Our people have been suffering. All of you would agree with me that we dearly need peace. Now, what would be wrong if the SPLM-IO has given on some of the demand just for the fact that our people need to have peace in the country? What would be so bad if the SPLM-IO gave up on some of the demands, whereas on the other side, they have won some of the demands? Isn't this the spirit of negotiation that we all would want to have? That we are talking on the table as brothers. Salva Kiir gave in some of his demand, IO give up some of their demands. Isn't that the spirit? And now someone who doesn't want peace, someone who is not happy with the peace agreement, want to come and pursue us with a directionless. Now, if I ask them, okay, let us violate this peace agreement, what is the direction are we going to take? They will not give us any direction. And all of you are here clapping for Emmanuel Ajawin. now, let me
you are mourning, please, be strong. You are doing very good. We got your back too.
It's okay. Let me say, this document here, that is what gives us the ceasefire.
My clapping, that's why. I know him.
You know, this document here, brothers and my dear fellow countrymen, is what gives us the ceasefire that we are witnessing now in the country. Without this document, there can be no silencing of the guns. The question I would love to ask Emmanuel Ajawin and the rest of the affiliates is that if we abrogate this peace agreement, what is the direction are we going to take? What direction? Okay. Because if you tell them, if you tell them to take up arms, they will not take up arms. If you tell them join the peace on the table, on the negotiation table, they will not join you on the table. In fact, they will go and pray and wait for the manna in heaven from Rome. These are the mischievous characters and individuals and personalities that we cannot allow. We cannot allow to have a room in the political arena of South Sudan. And Emmanuel Ajawin and his affiliate have failed to the maximum. Instead of him coming here with his erratic behavior to pronounce SPLM-IO as a failure movement, He should pronounce himself as a failed movement.
Thank you, Chenko.
Because we are calling them for peace negotiation. They don't go for peace negotiation. You tell them to take up arms and let us fight. They don't want to fight. What the hell do they want?
Thank you, Chenko. You have
Thank you.
have responded, and we have had.
I don't think. Let me say this. Let me comment.
Nuri, you cannot. You know, we never talk since we came in. You know.
Well, Brother Bull.
Yeah.
You are the host, right?
Yes.
You know, it will not be fair if you allow someone to attack the IO, and when that very person comes, when a person comes to respond, you want to minimize their time, you want to deviate.
But you have been allotted the same time. There is no complaint there anymore.
No, I'm just telling you that is not
15 minutes. You spoke 15 minutes as well.
If you continue to do that, if you
spoke actually 20 minutes, Emmanuel spoke 15 minutes. I'm not.
Come on.
Emmanuel, I'm his own mouth.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Bull. Go ahead. It's all right.
Yeah, Chiangkwat, I think.
Listen. When Emmanuel finished talking, it was here in my time. It was 11:20.
Chiangkwat, we all have what? Can you see them? Please make.
It was 11:20. Now it's 11:38. It's 11:38. So I only took 18 minutes. Don't tell me.
Chiangkwat, make a debate.
Benjamin, please.
Keep going.
Let Bull deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, Chiangkwat, thank you. Go ahead. Okay.
Benjamin.
Go ahead. Nuru, you saying something?
Yeah, I want to say something. Comment. It's not going to be long.
Okay, look, we have a Benjamin. He's supposed to be
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead if you want. Benjamin,
2 minutes.
Nuru is one of our, an analysis person. So let him analyze on what Chenko said and give you the platform.
Let me say this. I have been listening to two great gentlemen, but I also have my opinion too. I want to comment on the issue of the defection. Let us agree that the defection that is happening right now will not affect the SPLM-IO. It will only affect the SPLM-IO if only you continue to allow the leader of the NDM, Dak PF, to continue with public orientation. There are people who may be looking up to the policy and the public orientation from the National Democratic Movement. I don't know what P stands for, Brother Emmanuel Ajawin. What does P stand for? PF or PF? Okay? Maybe you got frozen. So I just want to comment.
No, he doesn't want to.
I think it's frozen.
Go ahead.
He's on mute.
I just want to comment. I just want to raise a concern as someone who is supporting a party to the peace agreement. I think the issue of defection will not affect the IO, because we have known in the history of movement and the history of struggle that the main party or the main original movement is not usually affected. I think Chemquas has said it clearly in his earlier remark that the kind of defection that would have affected the IO would have been the defection of Tabandengai. That defection was, you would call it an earthquake. All right. Now this defection, they're defecting to the first vice president within the same government. They will be sitting with the first vice president. They will be negotiating with the first vice president. All right. So there is no way they will be discussing things without first vice president sitting on the table. Whether they're talking about security arrangement, the first vice president would be there. The defense minister would be there. All right. If they were defecting to a different party that is not party to the agreement, it would have made sense. But now they're defecting to the first vice. They're defecting from the first vice president to the first vice president, or to the IO.
Thank you.
To the IO, to the same IO, because the first vice president would be there. Now, another thing I just want to mention here is that they have cited that there is no reform. I think it would be really unfair to be citing the issue of reform before 1 year. They should allow the two parties or the party that have signed agreement to work for a year, and then from there they would have a reasonable evaluation to present to the public. Now we are talking about, they're also talking about the reason they're defecting, they're citing the issue of ministerial allocation. All right. Now, if you make the rank of these people, maybe few people or none, maybe Dr. Riek in terms of education would be highly qualified than Angelina. But the rest of the people, in terms of security, in terms of experience, and in terms of public servant, and in terms of holding senior ministerial position, I think we can agree that Angelina would come on top. Yes, she's married.
Comrade Nuri, may I jump in, please?
Okay, you will come. You will come. You will come. Yes. We can agree that she had held. Okay, she held many.
Nuri, you are out of topic.
Nuri,
out of topic.
Emmanuel came back. I thought when you see Emmanuel, I thought you will rephrase what you have said when you exit. There is something you said about the party. That's what you should say. Emmanuel responded, and then we go.
Yeah, it is very clear. Ball he understand. Even Emmanuel have listened.
My network was not good, so even Changko did not even hear his rhetoric. So you can repeat it.
Let me make it very clear. I was saying that the leader of the NDM, PF/PF or / Dutch PF, I was able to say National Democratic Movement, and then Dutch PF. All right. Now F may stand for front. What does P stand for? That's what I was trying to understand.
Patriotic front.
Okay. You see the word that he put in there. That's a very important word. Now, I was saying that the defection would not affect the IO. But if the public is going to listen, is going to continuously listen to the chairman of the NDMPF, the more the public would be oriented. And the more people who might have not gotten the ministerial position, the more they may actually decide to have a second thought. Now, they should be defecting to a party that is not that has not signed or is not part of the power sharing government. They're making a mistake to defect to the party to the same first vice president. They should be defecting to a party that is not part of the power sharing government. But if they are defecting to the first vice president, the first vice president is going to listen to their concern, just as he would have listened to their concern.
Not really, Nuri. Not really. Let me correct you on that one, because you've been repeating that, and that's not true. Okay, I'll tell you why. First, let me apologize that my network was not good, so I've been locked off and in again, and I'd not even listened to what Chongkot has responded. I don't know what his response was, but I guess it would be personal, because it's always a personal attack. But anyway, let me concentrate on the points that are relevant to a discussion. See, there are two things, and these are the first things you need to get to their mind. When those of James Kong defected, people were saying, how can James Kong defect, okay, and join an army where Angelina is the Minister of Defense? We don't have a unified army yet in South Sudan. That is reality we need to know. The SSPDF is still stand as purely under the command of President Kiir. The IO, with its militias in the bushes, are still under Dr. Riek. And I doubt if he still have absolute control of that army. Okay? So, the defection of James Kong to the SSPDF, to him it makes sense. Because he's not defecting to Riek army. SSPDF has not yet been made a national army. The agreement if it was followed organically, the agreement says that a national army should have been formed first before the formation of the government. If the national army would have been formed and Angelina or whoever comes as Minister of Defense, then truly would have said, now the army is one, okay? There would have been no reason for these guys to defect. But as we speak in South Sudan, the army, the SSPDF, belongs to government. IO is no longer anywhere. As to Angelina being the Minister of Defense, is laughable. How can Angelina be a Minister of Defense of an army that our army is not even observed into it or even integrated into it? It's just, you know, an April Fool jokes, you know, because the army now that you have in Juba, the chief of staff and the heads of all the divisions inside Belfam are all appointees of Kiir. Their loyalty is to Kiir. Angelina is only like a mannequin, you know, mannequin, you know, that you find in the shop. Those human beings that are put into, they're humans, plastic looking like humans, and you put suit on them. They look nice. You know, they have ties, they have suits. You know, but they're not humans. Yeah, the mannequin. You know, the mannequin. So Angelina, Angelina is actually a mannequin, you know, in the Minister of Defense. You know, she's there having the office, but she doesn't run the army. Simply, she cannot run an army.
It is Dr. Rick himself who is defense minister in other way around.
That is one. Yeah. That is one. True. That is one.
Two positions.
Bol Makur, can I talk before?
Yeah, Benjamin called Concoy Moy. He was talking earlier. That is my turn. It's my turn.
Benjamin, you're coming next. Wait a little bit. Let him don't
cut me. Benjamin, you are right, but Bol Makur is the one wrong because he's the one that is supposed to direct the show.
But this is the time to restrict the time, follow the time exactly.
I don't intervene.
No. What I mean is,
Emmanuel is not supposed to talk. It is
exactly.
Benjamin, it's okay.
Yeah,
Benjamin.
that's a rebuttal. Rebuttal has to.
I'm giving it to you. Chankwas, you're right. I'm giving it to you. Let him just respond to that only, and I'm yelling it back to you. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Give it
not to me. I'm just saying about the other people.
Yeah. Okay. So
Emmanuel, just be patient. We're coming next. Yeah. You guys coming next. Yes. So it is our turn now with Benjamin and myself.
Let me finish. Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm trying.
Let him say that, and we will yell back to you, Billy and Benjamin. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Nuri asked a question, and Jamal, I'm responding to it. So let me finish.
Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Because you are affecting my train of thought.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So
how can you respond to a question for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Keep going.
What I'm saying basically.
Hold on, Emmanuel. Listen. Why are we listen? You making me look bad in the eyes of people watching. Nuru have said something. Emmanuel is responding. It doesn't mean that this is not Emmanuel time, but he's responding to what Nuru said. And after he finished, we give it back to Benjamin.
We'll forgive him. He's behaving nearly, so it's understandable. So let me finish.
Emmanuel, you're making it even worse. Please.
You can't help it.
This is going to be a personal jab back and forth between you two guys.
These are behaviors.
Continue with your mentality.
Let me continue.
Go ahead.
But
so what I'm saying, Jalpaj, it means basically Emonjang Patsake. You know, it means nothing.
Yeah, just continue with your Jalpaj mentality.
So you can forgive him for his nearly behavior. So what I'm saying is this, you know, on a serious note, there is not yet a unified institutions of government in our country. So even if those who are defecting today, like Dak Bichiok, okay, defecting to government of Kiir, because in reality, government of national unity is only a pie in the sky. It does not exist in reality. So that's why some people cannot even comprehend what is going on. The normal procedure would have been all these arrangements that would have been done first before the formation of the government of national unity. But I would like to draw the attention of the people of South Sudan. My dear brothers and my dear compatriots, okay? IO that is being led by editorial. This IO has no political vision. It has no political objective, okay? The only constant thing that SPLM-IO has shown to be the only thing they believe in is position. Okay? It is the position that divided them in 2016 when Taban Dengai became the first vice president and Dictoriak ran all the way to Congo barefoot. You know, it is the same thing now that is taking place. You know, so IO is only a political organization. When divisions occurs in it, is division of power. It's power hungry. You know, individuals. We have never had them, you know, disagreeing on political objectives. That I don't agree with you politically or your program. That's why I'm quitting. But they say, "Walai munuma ayeno munu ayeno." Dictoriak has realized that it is time for him to eat. He brought himself, he brought his wife, he brought his sister-in-law. So he brought the whole family to ensure that this time they eat enough. That's the only constant objective of the Thank you.
I think I will not say much, but let me give a warning here.
Nuri, I guess it is our time, and Benjamin. I don't know who can go first now. Benjamin or myself?
No, sometimes it's okay just to say a last remark. All right, I think it would be a good idea.
Nuri, when you talk, you go over and over and over, and you take time.
No, I didn't go. Let me say in 30 seconds.
The chance was here. The chance was here. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, 30 seconds. I'm very scared because the peace is being attacked, and I think with a powerful ideology, I think people who support peace, they should be really concerned with public orientation by the leader of the NDM-PF. I think that should be really taken seriously by anybody who is party to the peace. Now, the leader of the NDM-PF is having a right because his party doesn't recognize that there is a power-sharing government. His party doesn't recognize that there is a durable peace that would come between these two main parties, the SPLM-IG and the SPLM-IO. But at the same time, we have seen a silence of the gun in the country, and we have seen a ceasefire holding. But because if the public orientation is continuously happening, then I think many citizens would be reoriented. And that's my concern, because we're debating substance here. So the defection is feeding into the whole out group, and the whole out group is saying nothing is going to work until we come in to form a new government. So whether you are SPLM-IG, you are SPLM-IO, you are not safe. You are not safe because we will be replaced, or we will be chased away.
Emmanuel has the right to sell his political ideology. There's no problem with that.
It is my right. SPLM-IO is thinking. Let it think.
It is up to him to utilize his time however he wishes. That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's normal, though. Yeah.
I think Noor is over.
Billy, go ahead. Billy, go ahead.
I think
let Benjamin just jump in. Benjamin, please, thank you for your session. You can go ahead, and I come after you. Thank you very much.
Yes, first of all, thank you, guys, and especially Bol Makur, and also all the South Sudanese who are on this show watching us about all the discussion here. One thing I want to tell our people here, I mean, especially we on this forum, especially Shankwas and Emmanuel Ajawin and Nuri, we have time different. Now here it is 11 p.m. here in the United States, in the Midwest, where I am. And I think maybe Emmanuel Ajawin is in London. It is maybe morning time now, or I don't know if Shankwas is in Nebraska or in Australia. Nuri is in Canada. So, our time is different.
Go to the point, Benjamin. Forget about the time, though.
Yeah, I just want to show them, because right here we are talking about democratic stuff, and sometimes we are being greedy. We take time. We don't want to give other brothers chance to talk, and we are preaching about inequality and democratics. We have to start from everything. The way you talk, you have to be democratic.
You're right. You're right.
Thank you.
That's the point.
The topic was what was behind the mass defection.
Mass defection of SPLM-IO.
Right. And one thing I would love to analyze about Emmanuel Ajawin. By the way, Emmanuel and Shankwas, yes, I'm a supporter of the government. Shankwas know that. Emmanuel Ajewin, I have been watching him for many years on the show. Emmanuel Ajewin, you know, when SPLM-IO didn't sign peace with the government, Emmanuel Ajewin will keep quiet. If IO signed the peace with the government, Emmanuel Ajewin will attack the IO. What I learned from
can you repeat that? Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you well.
I am saying that when IO is negotiating peace and try to sign the peace with the government, you attack the IO. And when IO peace is not signed, you go back and attack the government. You know, back and forth. So I have been watching this, and what I analyze about you is that you love IO to fight because IO is a big threat to the government. You don't love them to see IO signing the peace with the government because that's why you really talk about them of their irregularities and their mismanagement within their parties. But you have right to talk anyway. But that's what I have analyzed about you. And also, to me, it is a threat for the peace in our country because if you are not a part of the peace, you are an opposition to the government, and the main party that is terrifying the country signed the peace with the government, then you attack them. It has been going on, and you and Shankwas took it personal. One thing you guys need to know: now you're wearing suit, you have a tie on, you are leading, you represent yourself as South Sudanese politician, but you guys have personal attacks on this debate. And I think when you all went to school, you were taught that.
I think there's no personal attack there, Benjamin. I did not attack him personally. Don't misquote. Don't misquote people.
No, I didn't misquote because Jalpaj and all these are personal attacks. You know, when you and then when you behave nearly are all personal attacks.
You are right, Benjamin.
Yes,
you are right.
Yes. So my advice to all of you is that when you come here, represent your point, you know, and then avoid personal attacks. You know, that's what I have to add on to that. Coming to the mass defect, what is behind the mass defection is that the SPLM-IO was a movement formed on tribal base for the position, and what motivated the majority to fight was a tribal base, because the root cause, as General Dole have been talking about, is that because we are a tribal based country, everybody want to see their tribe leading the country. You know, that's what I mean, because majority of Nuer constitute IO movement, and when the peace was signed, Riek came to Juba to represent his part, but now there's a defection going on his side. So if you question that, what is behind the mass defection of IOs to the government, it is because of position. Second, it proved to South Sudanese that Kiir government was not wrong, because the system. Nobody questioned the system in South Sudan. People were saying, "Oh, Kiir," and when you say Kiir, that means Kiir means the system of South Sudan. Did SPLM-IO come to change the system? No, the system is correct. So now they were fighting for the position. If they all come in, they cannot fit in, all of them, to the position that are given to them. So some of them can come to the government to look for position. You know, it is true, and it is a proof that people defect because of position. If they don't defect because of position, they would have fought for themselves and say that Riek is not a good leader. We have to remove him, arrest him somewhere, and jail him somewhere, or kill him somewhere, and bring in another leader that can represent IO policies, if they thought that they fought for the change in the country. But now, it proved that
Brother Benjamin.
Hold on, don't let me talk.
No, I'm just telling you something that I need you to make clear. Actually, I have to tell you the words that you have just said, you need to revisit them. Did you just say Riek Machar would be arrested, jailed, and killed somewhere, right?
If the SPLM-IO think that he's not a good leader, they should fight by themselves and change their leadership. You know,
it's trying to say that.
Yeah,
no, it's okay. I got it.
You got me right. So why would they leave Riek?
That's just a wishful thinking. That's okay.
No, I'm not wishing. I'm just.
No, that's for your own opinion. That's what I'm saying. Right, that's not something claimed by the government.
Okay, let me make clear. For example, if I was in IO and I didn't like Riek, I will not defect. I will say Riek has to step down and somebody has to come in.
Oh, get rid of him.
Right, or get rid of him, and then we will come and make
within the system.
Within the system. Why would they leave him and then come to the government? It is because of the position. Riek secured all the position he wants, and the rest are remaining behind without any position. Another thing too, IO is not yet registered as a political party, because you have been saying that IO is a party. I talked to one of the IOs. He'd say that we will think if we can emerge to the mother party, SPLM. You know, up to now, Asiankwad is still saying that.
No, come again. What did you say?
IO is not yet registered as a political party.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right,
yeah.
Right. And IO is fishing. They are fishing. If they become weak, they will emerge to the mother party as if they are not weak, they will be their own party. But that come to the point of Emmanuel Ajawin. We don't know if there will be existing of IO or there will be existing of IO as a party yet, because we are seeing now the mass move to the government. What is it next? Are they going to take fire and fight, or are they going there to support Salva Kiir politically during election? We don't know yet. That point, that is the main thing why most of the IOs now are defecting. It is because of the position, you know. But Emmanuel was saying earlier that in 1991 up to 1994 there were no position, you know. That is another different topic, but I wouldn't come to that anyway, because it will drag the way from the topic itself. So now, Jankwas with his IOs had been saying the government is Dinga government. It has to be changed completely. Nuer have to fight because they were killed. Yes, majority of IOs were misled. They were misled that something happened in Juba so that they can fight for those who are seeking for position to secure their position, as they are now securing their position. And that was what we have been saying, that Riek misled many people to fight on his behalf. And it showed now, it's shown in our country how massively the IOs are defecting to the government, you know. And make sure when you mention Kiir, you are talking about the system of South Sudan. Nobody question our constitution. Our constitution is clean. It represents all of us in South Sudan. It is a matter that it is not implemented based on how we want it, you know. The problem is because we are tribal basis people, and that's the root cause we have to talk about. And it should start from each of us, you know. If I'm a tribalist, I have to say, you know what, enough is enough. South Sudan has so many tribes. I shouldn't be thinking about my tribe, you know. Let all be equal. But I think there is no country is led by the tribe group. It has to be a party. SPLM is a party. So Shank was welcome back to the party, and forget IO, you know.
He's not joining you.
because Deng Dinka
over my dead body, brother.
Hold on, Deng Dinka asked you earlier. That are you still saying that Kiir must go or not? And then you went around the question, and that's why
Kiir will go. Kiir will go if he doesn't want to implement the agreement. Simple.
Hold on. Now, Salva Kiir, what agreement are you talking about? And your people are defecting to us. It is because we proved that there was no reason you guys defecting. It was because of position. If we give you position, then you are highly welcome back, because we have plenty of room for IOs to join us. So
let's not say room to accommodate them. Are you sure?
so that we can fight Emmanuel Ajawin. Emmanuel Ajawin now is another enemy that is still.
No. Don't worry about Emmanuel Ajawin. He's a Jalpa. He doesn't have a single person behind him. Don't worry.
But no,
your time is up, please, Vol. Vol, please take control of your
Emmanuel Ajawin. Emmanuel Ajawin won you.
Moderator.
Emmanuel Ajawin is playing cards to let you fight the government. That's what he wants. If you don't see that coming from him, you know, he's trying to tell you that
you should be the concerned one, not me, because I can defend myself. But what about you? We'll chase you away.
No.
That's what he's doing now. He's punching Emmanuel Ajawin.
Right. So, Emmanuel Ajawin is saying that Emmanuel Ajawin is telling you that you are, you know, what you sign and what you are doing in Juba is not a real peace. He wants you to come back to the bush and fight.
And we are already in the bush. Keep going.
No, you are not yet.
You are not yet.
We welcome you.
Keep going.
So Emmanuel,
we understand the strategic interest here. It is absolutely true.
Yes, he's trying to manipulate. Emmanuel is manipulating IOs to make them think that
very political and cunning.
What he said that he's trying to manipulate the IOs to fight the government because he thinks that that's the main faction that can confront the government. If IO sign the peace, then there will be a weak, you know, group that cannot even fight the government, and that's the main thing. He commonly or always attacks the IOs, and I think Shankwas have to understand that and don't take it personal. Just say that, look, just fight. Don't come to preach for us to go back and fight. And Emmanuel Ajawin, peace be with you, please. Just leave Rome and come back to Juba. And
Benjamin,
we need South Sudan in peace. We need peace. We want to prosper. You know.
Thank you, Benjamin.
We can't keep fight all the time. And thank you. I will be listening, and I yell back to you, Bol Makweng.
My name is Bol Makur. So and we give you enough time to talk, and we are now not complaining. You were complaining when Ajawin was talking, but now we give you enough time. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bol, for hosting us today. And I would like to extend my personal greeting and recognition to fellow panelists on the show today, Comrade Emmanuel Ajawin and Chenkwat, and Professor Nuri and Comrade Benjamin Akol for your wonderful respective contribution you have made to the show today. I'm so glad, and this is a pleasure and honor to be here once again, as we usually do on this show. I have been away for some time, and we haven't been doing any show on Lagos State Media. So welcome all of you, and I also want to extend my personal greeting to all of you as well as the viewers. Thank you for being here with us, and let's get together as South Sudanese and let's have this kind of interactive dialogue among ourselves so that we can be able to find solution to all our respective problems in South Sudan. We are here for a genuine discussion and how we can find a solution. So my take today on this particular topic is mainly about the mass defection of the SPLM, or I can call it a political alignment from one party to the other. So the motive is very clear why a lot of SPLM-IO members are actually defecting in their mass number back to the government. That is very clear. This mass defection came as a result of that mismanagement and how the chairman of the SPLM has been actually allocating the ministerial post to some of the loyalist members in that party. That is the root cause of the problem as to why SPLM-IO members are now defecting in their mass number back to the government side. So I have to be very specific on the reason of why majority of the SPLM-IO members are defecting. It came as a result of ministerial appointment. The first controversial appointment surfaced as a result of appointment of Angelina Tang to become the Minister of Defense, where she does not actually qualify to be the Minister of Defense. And as a result of that, the members of the military council within the SPLM-IO were not consulted prior to the appointment of Angelina Teng, and that is something that is very clear to General Garwidwal. Chenkwas know it very well. I think he could be related to him one way or the other. If not, maybe they come from one section within the Nuer tribe. So the fact that General Garwidwal is discontented with Dr. Riek Machar as a result of controversial appointment of Angelina Teng is very obvious, and to remain a potential risk as well in the IO leadership. That there's a possibility that General Garwidwal could also defect as well. So maybe Chenkwas could also join the team of Garwidwal in case he's gonna join the government anytime soon. We don't know that. This is a matter of calculating. And that is why Dr. Riek Machar himself has been contemplating going back to Khartoum so that he can go and sit down with General Garwidwal so that they can discuss about how Dr. Riek Machar came to appoint Angelina Teng in that case. So I believe strongly that SPLM-IO military officers are not happy about the appointment of Angelina Teng because she doesn't even have a military background, nor does she have any robust military experience to be appointed the Minister of South Sudan Defense Force. So we all know that. That is the reason why James Kong Chor Anley defected. He's a very respected and politically oriented military officer in the SPLM-IO. And so for us as South Sudanese, we were actually expecting James Kong Chor Anley or General Garwidwal to be appointed a Minister of Defense. Unfortunately, Dr. Riek Machar did not put them into consideration. As a result, he resorted to appointing his beloved wife to become the Minister of Defense, which is very, very contrary to the principle in which how we have to appoint competent members to represent a national position in that case. So that's one of the factors. The second factor was the appointment of the Minister of Petroleum, which was actually assigned to one of his in-law, who is assumed to be actually marrying one of his daughter. And so that's one factor too, Brother that Billy. Actually led to mass defection. The other controversial Billy. Appointment is also related to mother-in-law. I don't know, her name is Elizabeth Achway. Is also a mother-in-law to Dr. Riek Machar. So as a result of all this controversial appointment, that is one of the most motive that is actually steering most of the loyalists of the SPLM-IO to defect in big numbers. So it is very true that SPLM-IO has been reduced to the level of family enterprise in that case. All of us are aware of this. So, yes. Billy,
I believe you said something and Chenkwas feel very boiling about what you said, and that's why he put his hand up. There is
no, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
And you want to respond.
Keep going, Billy.
Okay, yeah. So these are the, when you look at the appointment of the Minister of Health, Dr. Riek Machar appoint a very incompetent person to be in that position. We all have witnessed that, and we have been discussing it for the last 2 weeks. And we have seen an incompetent person being appointed into that position. While we know in the SPLM-IO membership, there are more competent members that are holding master's degree, if not bachelor degree, that can actually qualify to fit in those respective positions. So it is very clear that Dr. Riek Machar has actually reduced his political party to a family enterprise. And this also indicates to us as South Sudanese that the political career of Dr. Riek Machar is actually eventually coming to an end. That is an indication to all of us as South Sudanese, and this is what we predicted here on this show. The way or the manner in which Dr. Riek Machar appoints these ministers indicate that he's about to retire in the politics of South Sudan. And Emmanuel Ajawin has made it very historically clear, categorically to us, that the failure of Dr. Riek Machar date back to 1991, when he defected from the SPLM, he backstepped the people movement. And when he went to Khartoum, he formed so many political parties back and forth. It eventually led to the killing of this sectarianism politics within the Nuer community, Nuer nation as a whole. You know, Nuer resort to killing themselves, let alone killing other tribes. So the failure of Dr. Riek Machar's leadership is been known in the history. So this is not the first time, guys. Dr. Riek Machar has been politically redundant in his leadership. He's very indecisive, as Emmanuel Ajawin has articulated earlier. He's known for that. So we are not surprised, and I myself, I'm not surprised at all, because we know this was actually coming, and we have been predicting this. Chenkos know this very well. So when I first came to this show earlier, I just made an initial reaction, but I didn't actually come to debate you one-on-one in order to contrast your position. So you have been monopolizing your argument back and forth. You should also allow other SPLM-IO patriotic members to come and rescue you in this case. Otherwise, this is very indefensible territory. You cannot defend it because this is very obvious. SPLM-IO loyalists are defecting in mass number. And
it's my opinion too.
Yes, and so this is something you cannot defend. Chemkwa, the reason why you are not defecting yourself, the reason why you are not defecting is because you are in Australia. You are living in a very comfortable position, you know, circumstances whereby you are actually receiving your own salary. You are living good life. And that's why you feel comfortable. Right? And now you're taking pride of yourself as if you have nothing to lose, because those people are out there on the ground. They are defecting because they want something to eat. But for you, the reason why you are not defecting is because you are living a good condition. Your living condition is actually favorable, and that's why you are now comfortable defending the IO. But on the ground, it is a different scenario. So in order to save time, ladies and gentlemen, I talk too much sometimes, but I just want to give you abundant time so that you can actually allow others to come and contribute. Otherwise, Comrade Emmanuel, you have done a wonderful job in rebattling the SPLM-IO. This is one of the reasons why I don't want to be a part of the IO. I'm not a part of the government because I'm an independent critic on social media, but I swing from party to party, depending on who is actually doing the right thing. So I'm a swing voter, you know. So I go along with anyone who is going to do a democratic reform. You know, maybe I can join Emmanuel Ajawin. Nobody knows. Maybe I can join.
You're welcome.
You know, the right person.
So that's a lie.
My advice to Chankpot is that you need to advise your people. Yes, I agree with you, with my fellow critics. You know, defecting to the government is not a solution. In my understanding, politically, I understand that. That's not a solution. The solution is to make a change within, take over the IO. Maybe you can do away with Dr. Riek Machar and then let somebody who is new take over. I think that's what you can do, Chankwa, instead of just keeping defending Dr. Riek Machar when his record are known to all of us. Emmanuel has spoke about it. Everybody know it. Starting from 91 up to now. So he's very undecisive leader. So that's very good. Otherwise, Comrade Nuri, you have done a wonderful job as well for being fair to both sides. And that's okay. So thank you very much.
Brother Billy, you are forgetting you are part of the panel. You are not someone who is awarding people because you are part of the panel.
This is my credit to you, my credit to you. You have done a very wonderful job as well as an IO member.
No, don't worry about that.
I'm proud of you too. So that's your credit there. But it is unlimited defense. You're not going to make any change. No matter what you can defend, you're still going to be isolated. Ask yourself why the rest of the IO are now silent. Thank you very much.
Emmanuel put you on defense. Emmanuel put you on defense, because you're moving up and down. And when you talk
Benjamin, let me conclude it like this. You also need to understand. I understand why Emmanuel keeps punching you. You know, he's trying to distract you. I just want you to understand that. So if you cannot handle the heat, please get out of the kitchen. It is very clear. He has been consistently saying that. And that is a quote from Hillary Clinton. If you cannot handle the heat in the kitchen, please, you better get out. Control your temperament. Don't get personal. But that is a cunning strategy by Emmanuel to try to distract you so that you cannot be able to elaborate your point of challenging
Have you finished?
So be mindful of that. This is just a personal advice. So please, next time you debate him, be specific on what you want to challenge. And don't get
Makur, I have a question for panelists, and anybody will take it. I have a question. Just question.
I appreciate all of you for being consistent.
Okay, I have a question.
Nuru,
I have a question. Yes. I have a question. Just question. I'm not talking.
Nuru, I'm giving you the chance, but hold on, Nuru.
Okay.
Let me do the house maintenance.
No, let me ask the question. Let me ask the question, then you take it. Now, a lot of people here, they have been saying that Dr. Riek Machar is a fair leader. Now, he raised a question. He had been signing peace with the former leader of the SPLM chairman, the late Dr. Grant. He signed peace with him. Now he signed peace with President Salva. And now he continued to be a very important person in the politics of South Sudan. If he is a fair leader, why has it been happening so many times that he has been signing and sit on the top of peace negotiation and peace process and peace treaty? Why has it been happening? Why is it missing in the eyes of people who always sign peace with him?
I don't know if he's hearing you, though.
No, it's not for him. It's not for Janquas. It can go to anybody.
Brother Bull.
Yes. Is that a question for me?
It can go to anybody, because why has he been signing peace with them many times? And yet the argument is that
let me answer this briefly.
Emmanuel,
Billy, you already finished. It is my turn, man. Come on, man.
Let me conclude it.
Honestly,
let me conclude it. Nuri has been consistently saying that, IO are now part of the government.
Bull, yes. Bull, you have to be fair on regulating the show.
I'm doing favor on your side now, because I'm trying to tell you know what, be patient. Patient is the best chibum for a man to live.
I told you he's behaving really. That's how he behaves. Be patient. People are debating.
Patient. Now, I was about to tell Billy to be quiet, and you and Emmanuel 3 minutes for the question. So, and you be patient. So
I'm also included too, Paul. Don't take me out of the equation as well, because I'm an independent critic. So I have to balance the show.
I know, but this is what I'm doing. You just finished, and then Nuru came up with the question. That question have to go to Emmanuel or Chenkwat, and then to you.
And myself.
Yes, you should be the last, because you just finished.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Paul. I honor your authority.
No, let Chenkwat take it. He's in a hurry.
Yeah.
Chenkwat, I'll give you green light. Go ahead.
But Chenkwat is going to veer off the topic again, because he's not going to answer this specifically.
No, look, Bull.
Okay, I know you are
going to condemn me.
Before you condemn me, can you answer the question and then condemn me after?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jankwa.
Go ahead.
Okay. Look, Bull, what you are trying to do, I don't like it. Okay? I'm sincerely talking to you that I don't like what you are trying to do. Okay? Yeah. So anyway, I will not have 3 minutes. I will have more than that, because if you look at the statement of Brother Billy, these are statements that cannot be let go without revisiting. If you look at the statement by Brother Benjamin Akol, they cannot be let go without revisiting. With my brother Ajawin, I don't even need to focus on him, because it's an empty vessel. An empty vessel that is making noise, and it is up to you. It is up to you. It is up to you, the people of South Sudan, to accept him or not.
Hold on, Emmanuel.
So Brother Billy,
I will respond to that. Hold on, Emmanuel.
So Brother Billy, in your statements, you have said that there has been a mass defection of the SPLM-IO.
Order.
Remember, please have respect.
You said already you don't like. Listen, you said already you don't like what I am doing, but that's not what I am talking about. What I'm talking about now, you have to respect the show because you have a lot of counterattacks toward Emmanuel, and that's not allowed. You dwell on the topic, okay?
I wish, Brother Bull.
Right now, but you said Emmanuel is an empty vessel, but he have not said anything. So
that is political statement. That is a political statement. That's a political statement. If Emmanuel repeatedly referred to, if Emmanuel repeatedly say acting newly, you are acting newly.
Yeah, but you say Jalpai. Did I respond to that?
Well, that is your problem. That's your problem.
Listen,
that's your problem.
Emmanuel have said,
well, that's your problem. If you cannot handle the Jalpai and you cannot handle the empty vessel, that's your problem.
You are insulting, and that's not good. We're just telling you to be respectful and respect yourself.
You have already insulted me several occasions.
No, really, you I've not insulted you personally.
Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, anyway, let me go on.
It doesn't matter. You have to behave.
Let me go on, Brother Bull.
You have to behave. You know, if you don't like it, if you don't like to take it hot, get out.
You have to control your behavior, man.
Get out, man.
Your behavior is too arrogant.
Okay.
Now, Brother Bull, let me go ahead with responding to the statements of our brother Billy Luke and Benjamin Accord. Benjamin Accord said that the defection in the SPLM-IO proved that Kiir government heard nothing wrong. This cannot be right. It cannot be right. It is up to the people of South Sudan to weigh in their judgment. That is what I can say about that. He has said majority of the IO were misled to fight the government. That is absolutely wrong. There is no one misled anybody in the SPLM-IO to fight the SPLM-IG. It was the SPLM-IG that actually started the war by killing the innocent citizen in Juba. So anybody that joined the war at the aftermath of the December 15th came because of what took place. So anybody that would come out today and say that the people of South Sudan or the Nuer as a community were misled by Dr. Rimacha, that cannot be right. The notion of you have mentioned something to do with the Constitution. Let me remind my brother Benjamin that South Sudan doesn't have a permanent constitution. We are basing everything on the interim constitution. And that is why at the moment, according to the peace agreement, there was supposed to be a committee set up to draft the new constitution, as Brother Ajawin said earlier. In regard to what you have said about the tribal-based politics, South Sudan is tribally, it's a tribal country where we are having a lot of things to do before we get into a country where we eradicate the political maneuvering of the tribes. For us to get to that stage, it will take us some few years to come if we were to eradicate the political backing of the tribes. Now coming to my brother Billy Luke. Billy Luke also referred to the mass defection as something terribly going wrong in the SPLM-IO. This cannot be justified because anybody that is speaking on the hearsays, you can try to believe as much as you want from such a person. But for someone that is rooted deep in that movement, we know exactly what is going on. And that is why if you want to believe on the hearsays, then it is up to you to continue to believe on the hearsays. The case of Angelina Teng being nominated or being put into the position of the defense, it was not a coincidence. Okay, it was not a coincidence, Brother Bull. Before she was appointed into that ministry, she was the head of the SPLM-IO Defense and Security. Okay, these are things that are important for South Sudanese to know. She was the head of the SPLM Security and Defense prior to going to Juba for the peace implementation. Okay, so if today her position has been changed into a defense, I think there could be anything wrong about that. Of course, people can question the integrity and the process leading to a nomination or appointment, which is a genuine question to anybody that would love to ask such a question. But as I've said, SPLM-IO is a movement with all the protocols. We have the National Liberation Council, we have the Political Bureau, and these mechanisms or these bodies are the one that makes the decision. It is not Dr. Riek Machar that is making a unanimous decision by himself. Any decision that comes, whether it is a bad decision or a good decision, it comes through the National Liberation Council, it comes through the Political Bureau, in which these individuals, Dak Duop is a member.
So the nomination of said incompetence staff is coming from National Council.
That's true. That's true.
Okay.
So yes, so because Brother Ball, when we give room to the ESAs, these are the reason as to why we are always in a chaos. Somebody is having background noise. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. In regard to that appointment, it is crucial for South Sudanese people to know that Comrade Nyajany was not single-handedly picked by Dr. Riek Machar. It was a meeting. It happened through a meeting that has been conducted by the National Liberation Council and the Political Bureau, which are chaired by who? The Commander-in-Chief of the movement. So if in the end, the name of Angelina Tang came up to be a defense minister, we can question it, but the decision-making body are responsible for that decision, whether it is a good or a bad decision. Those people that are accusing based on the essays, they cannot be right, and they do that on purpose because of the Riek Machar phobia behaviors. Their behaviors toward Riek Machar is always self-centered. It has nothing to do with national agenda.
Thank you.
In regard to there are important issues Billy Luke touched. In regard to you have said 3 minutes. No, you cannot give me 3 minutes because these accusations are against the movement.
You cannot go on endlessly. People contribute.
If you want to finish all what everybody says, some other people will not have chance.
Well, do you want to leave everything that have been used against IO and responded?
Summarize it.
Back, brother. You can come back. Let you 3 minutes. So
okay. I understand the ego that is driving some of us. I do understand, but that is all right. Billy Luke said this. He said General Garwedwell is discontented with Dr. Riek Machar because of the appointment of Angelina Tang. These are misleading and misguided information. If I tell you General Garwedwell was on the decision-making body that night when the decision was made, and he has given a statement regarding to the nominations on who to be nominated. So when we come here and just talk for the sake of speaking, we cannot be right.
We cannot be.
I believe you sum it up. You done. So thank you.
Bull, do you want me to leave your show or not?
Don't leave. No.
Come on, man. Don't be one-sided, brother. Don't be one-sided, bro.
To
you have your SPLM-IO there. I can help you with that.
I'm here, Comrade Chunkwood, you know. Yeah.
Anyway, because I've seen the motive that is driving some gentlemen here. Let me conclude by this. Let me conclude by saying this. SPLM-IO is the only movement that is able to match Salva Kiir militarily and politically. One thing I have to say, this peace agreement, whether it is going to fail or not, Emmanuel Ajawin or anybody that is not a signatory to peace agreement will not be given a flight to Juba to go and fire the first bullet. It is the SPLM-IO will safeguard the agreement, and if it fails, it will be also the SPLM-IO that will find an alternative way forward. So anybody that comes and tell us SPLM-IO have failed, these are premature statements. So SPLM-IO is in Juba to try to implement the peace agreement. If it fails, we will know exactly what to do next. It is not anyone, Emmanuel or anybody, that will tell us the way or will show us the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Brother Ball.
Bull Madud, you will jump in, and our rule was 5 minutes, 5 minutes. So make your point 5 minutes, BL 5 minutes, Philemon 5 minutes. If Emmanuel have anything,
yeah, but I have something to say, so I can also exit, because there's a lot of things here also that need to be answered.
Okay, this is how we were doing it before. Emmanuel, we were giving Emmanuel 3 minutes and we're giving Chenkwat 3 minutes. Actually, I forgot that.
What?
Chenkwat finished 3 minutes, and Emmanuel
never 3 minutes.
Can you give me a chance? Give me a chance, and then the rest will.
I understand the motive, Brother Ball.
You can give Emmanuel so that they can.
I understand the motive, but keep going.
Don't behave like a jalpat. Don't behave like a jalpat.
You will not succeed in your quest.
Emmanuel, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Yeah, just to answer, and welcome, Brother Philemon. Philemon will say the same thing that Sean Cole has said.
No, thank you.
I think give us time to others to speak. I just wanted to answer some statements that were made by Chankworth. Chankworth, you talked that the appointment of Angelina, it is because she was the head of the security defense when people are negotiating. That's not enough criteria.
No, I didn't say that. You need to listen properly. I've said, let me tell you.
I'm not cut. You said Angelina, because she was appointed, you were trying to talk about her competence. You said she was the head of the SPLM, security and defense. Okay, that's what you say.
I've said she was the head of the security, okay, in the IO. So if she got this position now, why would it be a problem?
Exactly, that's what I say. Yeah. So don't say it. I don't listen. That's what you say. I want to tell you this. It's not anybody. That is a security.
Someone is speaking behind. I don't know. For the peace implementation.
Okay.
So there's something going on.
Yeah. Let me jump in. If you guys hear my voice.
Well, I haven't finished my conversation.
Okay, you can finish and then I will jump in. I don't want you to go out because some things I want to mention.
Those some background.
Philemon, we know you. We finish, Madud coming. We know you, Brother Philemon. Actually, I'm happy that I see you, because once you come, I know there will be a huge debate. So go ahead, Manuel.
Yeah, so what I was saying basically, that because Angelina was heading the security and defense team, it does not qualify her, to become a Minister of Defense. For example, during the peace talks and revitalized RCS in Addis Ababa, okay, I was representing SAWA and representing NDM in security negotiation. Will that qualify me to be a Minister of Defense? Of course not. Okay.
If you were chosen, you will not be questioned.
I will not even accept it because this is actually, I will not even accept it because there are more qualified people than me. I'll be humbled to leave it to other people. I will not even go for it. But what I'm trying to say is this. Chunkwo talked about that SPLM-IO has political bureau, has liberation council, blah, 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 blah. We know it has this institution. They are not practical in terms of practice, they are not visible in terms of decision making. Okay, these are just empty institutions that does not have anything. Riek Machar is the first and the last when it comes to decision. Him and Angelina Teng, okay, they are the first and the last when it comes to who goes to which ministry or who does what in the IO. We all know this, So
presumption. Those are just assumptions. You just assume.
Can you please stop behaving wearily? Let me finish. So,
no, continue, my brother.
To come and tell us that SPLM-IO is a democratic movement. It is a movement with institutions. Those are just lies that people of South Sudan are not willing to entertain. SPLM-IO, when they examine closely, SPLM-IO has failed to even keep to the aspiration, of the people of South Sudan. Now, to come to tell us that SPLM-IO has merged or has challenged Kiir militarily and is the only force that can challenge, this is absolute nonsense. SPLM-IO has been militarily defeated. Okay? SPLM-IO has been militarily defeated. If you look at Pagak, which is their headquarters, it's under who? It's under the government. Okay? So what military is IO coming to brag about? If IO had a military clout, they would not have negotiated this agreement they have, where the vice president crawling back to Juba, which has no powers. Now they are crying like children. They're saying this part is not implemented, the other part is not implemented. If it's not implemented, you read the last resolution of the IO, they're just crying like kids. Okay? These are people who are toothless. So they cannot come here and brag about the army. What army are they talking about? IO has been defeated militarily. IO has been defeated politically. IO is just a fiction. What is left is the funeral of IO. So I finished my 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Manuel. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, let me jump in. Okay, let me jump in. I want brother, Ambassador Emmanuel.
Come on. Thank you, Emmanuel. I really like that 3 minutes because you have made 3 minutes exactly. Go ahead, Bulmadu.
Wow. Hey, my brother Ball.
Welcome to Lake State Media and everybody.
Yeah, and all other my other brothers. Wow. I just start joining you guys lately, but I have been watching my brother Quad and my brother Emmanuel. But let be mindful. What is happening in our country is something that I will call you guys. My brother Quad over there look like a young man like me. My brother Emmanuel over there also look like a young man like me. But we need to be mindful. Yes. But we need to be mindful.
Emmanuel already had gray hair. What are you talking about?
I think Emmanuel he's not too far away. No, he's not too far away. The reality of the matter is, I am 38 years old. Yes, he's a young man.
I'm just joking, man. Keep going. I'm just
joking. Don't get distracted. Please go on.
I have even gray hair and I am in my 40s. So gray hair doesn't mean you're old. Emmanuel still a youth.
I'm just joking, Bull. Keep going.
Okay. We have to be honest on our conversation here. There are some of our brothers at home, our sisters, our mothers at home that are really, really, really going at a hard time. I can say one upon a time I was there, right? I have lost a lot of, a lot of my family and all that. That being said, that's okay. I have to take that pain, and we have to take that pain. But for us to sit here because we are fortunate, I am fortunate. I would tell you guys I'm fortunate. I can say I'm well off, but we need to be mindful when we sit here and try to talk all this, whatever we are talking about, we feel like we are representing our people, but especially when we are representing one corner of the people that are not suffering in our country. And that being said, either Salva Kiir or Riek Machar, none of them are suffering in our country, but we are neglecting some of our young people or some of our vulnerable people that we are sitting here talking about them, but we are not being mindful about what is going on. So for both of you guys try to represent your party, either SOWER or IO, I am not going to be.
Hold on, Bull Madud, I want to bring you back to the topic, because so you can be in the topic. Have you read the topic there?
Yes.
What's the root cause? What's the root cause of this of the mass defection? That's the topic today.
Yes.
What's the root cause of mass defection from SPLM-IO to SPLM-IG? That's the topic. So I want you to be in the topic. Go ahead.
Okay. Then the root cause, if we're talking about the root cause, is that's why I don't want to go into saying that what the root cause with a lot of people that are defecting, they're mean whatever they're defecting is because they feel that IO is being run as a family organization. That's what they're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, so so even right now, that's what my brother Ajawin Emmanuel is talking about, that Riek Machar either had failed, and then my brother Chinkwa saying that no, IO have not failed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I do feel I'm in that, but it just so I feel I'm still the same play that my brothers are, but we don't need to make it about IO and SOWER or the Salva Kiir, right? We need to make sure that what we're talking about here, how can we bring the peace to our people? And that's one thing that I will challenge both of them. I am not for Kiir, and I'm not for Riek Machar. I'm not for SOWER, and that's why I call them.
We cannot hear you, brother.
You mute yourself.
There's a problem with the voice.
We don't hear you, brother.
Why don't you give Solomon or the other brother a chance until he comes?
Yeah, Peter, can you? Yeah, I think he muted himself.
I think he can hear you. Just tell him to go out and come back again.
Go out and come back. Exit and come back. Bull Madud. Exit.
Yeah. Okay. Give me
Pilmon,
a chance.
Come on, Pilmon.
Yes. I'm glad.
We also don't hear you. You one of the people also need to exit and come back to J1. I'm just playing, guys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's a good joke, yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you.
Why don't you give Bull, if he can hear us, why don't you give him to conclude so that it will move effectively?
We still don't hear him. Bull, can you speak up? You see?
Yeah,
okay.
I think he muted himself, yeah.
So go back and check your phone. Check your technology. There might be something you mute.
Check your technology.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you, Lagos State Media, and also I would like to thank all the viewers and panels for the most important debate tonight. I supposed to come early, but I have some things to do, which is important, kept me away for a long time, but I managed to come in. The debate is very, very important. I thank my comrade Jankut for handling all the errors of this some of the lost parties. But you handle it well.
The mischievous characters.
Yes, that is. I think they are waiting for COVID-19 to finish so that they can go back to Rome. But I don't know when it's going to end. Maybe let's pray that the Pope has to intercede for these parties to go back to Rome, so that they can, give us a break.
I heard the man is not going to come.
Your defection has nothing to do with us. You take your own problems. It is you defecting, your boss. We have nothing to do with it.
Okay, yeah. So let me begin with the agenda of today, the defection. Brother Ball, defection is not a new thing to all of us South Sudanese. It is something that constantly been, happening within the political parties of South Sudan. And if I would say that even Ambassador Emmanuel defected from, MDM to his party, which is created now, it is a choice, by the way, that anybody can.
I did not defect. Just for your correction, I did not defect,
Yes.
dude. So don't just quote things wrongly. I did not defect. So
what did you do?
I think you defected
Just go
from other, NDM and Dr. Lamakol, and created a new party, which is now, made you to be a part of the SOMA. That's a defection. It is a defection. You don't have to deny.
It's not a defection. Okay? Just go on. Don't use the word defection on that aspect.
There's very English word that we can use that
I did not defect.
Suitable for.
Defecting in English means you go and move to another party. Defecting means leaving somewhere and go somewhere else.
No,
I did not go anywhere.
That is the English word that we have to use it.
It's not defection.
Okay? Because it is a defection, by the way. Yeah,
I will not even accept it because this is actually, I will not even accept it because they are more qualified people than me.
No, we are not talking. We are not talking about the qualification here. We are talking about how people are become so.
About that SPLM-IO as political.
Oh,
something is wrong, huh?
Okay, let me continue, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is no any word that I can use rather than the way you defected and created a new political party, which is the choice.
I did not defect, dude. Defection is different. Defection is leaving somewhere to go somewhere.
Okay.
You have to speak in Burundi. It's not defection. Defection is when you leave a party and you go to another party. So don't use it.
Can you give us a
Emmanuel, you have defected, brother. Come on.
No, I did not. I did not defect. Defect to who? Who do I defect to?
Okay.
Let's use English correctly. I know it's not a mother tongue, but let's use it correctly. Defection means leaving one party and going to another party. That's defection. I did not defect to anybody.
No, you can defect from at whatever. You can defect from any.
Just go on, man. You're killing the English language. Just go on.
We can accept defection. Okay. Let me go ahead.
Just use divorce. He divorced from the NDM, right?
I'm not even married to NDM to be divorced.
Hold on, Philemon.
Okay, we can create a new English term that we can use for you. For the sake of argument, we can use another term. It is okay. English, we can borrow words, or we can invent a new word that we can use for the political argument, and that is okay. Okay. So let me come to the point that I want to make it here. Instability caused by people that defecting from board to another board, it is a real threat to the political instability and conducive political environment in our country. And it is not only affect IO, okay? So anybody who is joking that IO is going to be weakened, I think you need to look around you and look the political environment in South Sudan, okay? IO will never be weakened by those who have been unstable to be patient and stable to endure the suffering and defected from one boat to another boat. And that is the thing that I want to use it here. Because people that defected from IO, whether those who were defected yesterday, they are not going to weaken IO, because IO is bigger than finding a solution for the position. Okay, that is number one. I want anybody to understand. But if South Sudanese really want a conducive political environment in our country, then all of us, we need to stand up and correct the mistake of those who are defecting from a party to another party, because they are not helping. They are not helping for the solution that we are finding in our political system in South Sudan. We want a stable country that all of us, we can exercise our right, like the way we're debating now, not defecting. You can make your point, but those who are defecting, they really don't have any reason, okay, rather than they're looking for to fulfill their own selfish interest. And that is number one. I want to make it here. The second thing is, we have to look at the conditions. They are defecting. They are saying that based on their paper, they are saying that they are defecting from IO.
Jama, 3 minutes has finished. We were told that everybody intervened 3 minutes. Now it's almost 10 minutes you're talking. So I don't know whether I'm talking to the mediators, whether you're keeping moderators. Are you keeping time, or anybody can just talk? Because all of us have spoke 3 minutes.
I have to make presentation. I want like 5 minutes.
What presentation, your colleague Chonko was out with us here this morning. The same thing you were saying, that's what he said. There's nothing new.
Okay.
So what presentation are you presenting?
Okay?
No, it's 3 minutes. We said 3 minutes. They respect time.
You need to be patient so that I can make my cross-political argument.
Okay.
So you have to be patient.
Patient how? We were told that it's 3 minute discussion. Okay,
we contributed 3 minutes. Come on, man. It's the first time.
I'm supposed to be the panels.
Okay,
and I prefer my...
It's okay. You need to intervene.
Philemon.
Yes.
Emmanuel and all the finals. I just came in. Bull is taking break. I don't know how much time Philemon have taken, but Philemon, if you can narrow your point down in a minute or two, that way, the time of presentation is gone. I have over 52 people that want to join the show, but I have a limit of 10 people here. So please, there is no more presentation.
Okay.
Everybody has spoken. Let's share the time. The topic is interesting, and it's crucial to the politics in our country. Okay, and I think that's why everybody want to be here all night. So let narrow your point down in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That is it.
Okay, let me narrow down, because I want to make some correction. But if you guys want me to make some, I will make it a short presentation. Number one, like I said, it is not going to affect IO, and IO is not being weakened, because we have two generations. A generation that grown up after 91, they will never believe whether Riek Machar is doing good. They will not believe it, because they have been misinformed. That is the generation after 91. And generation that has been growing up under Omar Bashir, they always, defecting from one party to another party, because that's how the character that they developed when they've been working with Sudan, during the time that we're still fighting, the regime in Sudan. And that is what is happening now. Anybody think that IO is weakened by defection, I think you have lied, okay? Look at the history, okay? Yuru Museveni given Dr. Riek Machar only 4 days defeat. Does he defeat Dr. Machar? I don't think so, okay? Paul Malone given Riek Machar only three months. Where is Paul Malone now? He become a rebel, okay? He never defeated Dr. Machar. Kiir is spending money in South Africa and the region to confine Dr. Machar, to weaken the IO. Did they weaken the IO? I don't think so. Okay, and now you look now, the massive propaganda about Soma, those of Maulana Emmanuel, they are running here and there. Did they weaken IO? I don't think so. Please, brothers, you have to believe IO is bigger than your political narratives. We want to solve the problems of South Sudan, and that's why we want to work with the government to make sure that South Sudan has to be a stable country, not walking around and making propaganda about Dr. Machar. Machar is a South Sudanese, and that is all. So if you don't believe then okay, you stay there, drink your coffee, and let people that are going to do the action. And that is, the narrative that I want to make it here, and I will, rest my case here until, if there is any question.
Okay, Philemon, hold on there. As a moderator and a host of this show, I have a lot of questions for you. Because in reality, it's a fact, all Junubin knows. The issue is that just right a year after the independence. Now you guys are asking people to be patient. It doesn't matter whether people are qualified. This is the heart of this topic. But I will leave it there and I will ask you later and you will respond to it. But I want to make sure everybody share a time. Emmanuel, hold on there. Kimquat, hold on there. But let me give this a minute to all.
I'm holding on. I have no host to.
Thank you.
I already abandoned my presentation because of your time.
Thank you. Madhut, if you can finish up about a minute or two, and then Deng Mabie will pick up from there, and you guys will respond to the rest.
But make sure that we have to pray for COVID-19 to end, so that Soma has to go back to Rome.
You forget about Soma and go and implement your agreement, dude. What's wrong with you?
Okay, that's good enough.
You don't have Somophobia. Huh? Malak, Soma.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Brother Peter. I have seen there are a lot of big personalities that are they just want to sit here and they're not actually thinking about the innocent people back home. And it's very sad. It's very sad. My brothers, Chinquad, Ajawin, and my brother Philemon, please think back and just go back and lay down and think. You guys need to think about the people. We're sitting here comfy. I'm sitting here, beautifully. But you guys have to think about the people at home. So all these big personalities that we are sitting here and we're using, putting on our big tie and all that, it don't make no sense. The truth is, my brother Emmanuel, actually the reality is, he have a different party. They create a party. They have their point of view. My brother Jinquad and Philemon, what you guys need to understand is, you guys have sit around this SPLM, right? You guys have to branch out and say IO, whatever. It don't make no sense.
How?
What you guys need to understand is,
what are you trying to say, Brother Bull Madut?
Hold on. Give me 1 minute.
Yes.
What you guys need to understand is,
are you speaking as a person, or are you speaking in the voice of any political party, so that we have to respond?
No, I am.
That it doesn't make.
It is irrelevant, Philemon. He's a South Sudanese expressing himself.
Yes,
so let him talk.
We have also to be careful because we are talking politics here.
No, I'm being careful. I'm being careful. That's why I frame it. I'm being careful. That's why I said my brother Jawin over there, I cannot judge him. He created a party.
Why wouldn't you judge him when you want him to participate in a political debate? Why wouldn't you judge him?
Okay. Then as long he preach his own, as long he preach the point of view that he have a party. The problem
and
is
the moment he decided to debate,
an order.
you have to judge
this thing, let one person speak so that we could have an intellectual discussion. This intervention all the time is not helpful. So please control your show, Bull.
You have just done that anyway.
Okay, then this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you guys are going back with this. I'm not for Kiir. I am not for Ajawin. I'm not for you. What I'm saying is, if you guys want to create these big personalities, then you guys. The only thing I can give credit to what credit due. The only my brother party of Emmanuel. I don't think they pick up arm. They have to be one party here that are picking up arm every time. I was a little boy in 1991. Hold on. Yeah, that's the truth. And that's
he's right. He's right.
Say anything.
No, you laughing at it, but that's wrong. I was not laughing at it.
He's right. He's right. Madud is right. Go on.
Yeah, it don't make no sense. If we have to talk intellectual, we need to be intellectual over here. I did not laugh at you when you were talking, right? And there are people that are losing life. And you sitting in Australia, I'm sitting here in the United States of America. And I'm doing good. You know, but if you're talking here about what is going on in that country, you have to be serious about it. I have watched you many times. Right? But we need to be careful about what is going on in our country. At least you're sitting here and you are just whatever the blood that is going on the ground over there for young people. That's what you like. Then I don't like that. Right? And that's one thing you guys have to sit. If there's another big personality that you guys want to betray here and sit here, then I'm not a part of it. But I will be honest. Let's be careful what is going on in our country. And like this about a month ago, there was a mass defection that have left. The Riek Machar corner, right? The IO corner. And then the other day, another people left.
How many?
That means that there have to be a lack of leadership. And the truth is, there have to be one human being. It's seen I was a little 10 years old. When 1991, I was 10 years old. It was the same human being destroying the life of the people. And right now, while I'm at this age, I'm still running. The same thing is happening, right? So you can sit back and relax, but the reality is, let's making sure what is happening in our country. We have to talk about the transformation of our country, and to move our people forward. We have to understand that we're going to have to come up with. We have to leave our personality down and think about moving our country forward. But we have to understand that we need to create. We don't need to create. I am not an IO. I'm not a Kiir. I'm not in your corner. But let's have a good conversation that's saying that what can we do from here forward, right? The problem is you guys are sitting here, but you guys don't know what you guys have to do going forward. That's not good.
Okay,
right?
you done?
So you guys need let's quit. I'm not for none of you guys here on the panel, but I am for the people, the innocent human being they're dying down there. And either you taking up responsibility right now, you can hide behind Riek Machar, but I'll give you this. Riek Machar have at least 20 years from now, the same thing with Kiir. But you have at least 40 years, the same with my brother Emmanuel, they have at least 40 years. These two gentlemen are done. The 20 years from now are done. Their life is gone. Unless you have to take up arms for them. Right? So let forget this. My brother Pillman here, think he's sitting there on that chair. I've seen him many times, but that smile will not take you nowhere. But you guys are just killing the other young people back home. So I'll give a panel back.
Okay, I think I have to respond it. If you guys give me 1 minute.
Can I jump in now? Can I jump in? I will not take my time.
Let's give a chance to Deng. Deng Bill hasn't spoken, so let him talk.
We have got a new moderator in Emmanuel Ajawin, so let's go.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I'm being practical. I don't want to be a dictator like others.
Why not we can respond? Because it's like IO more than anything.
Bolmakur, you gave your platform to Emmanuel Ajawin.
I will not take my time.
I'm not giving it to Emmanuel Ajawin. Then go ahead. I know you said that I'm favoring Emmanuel Ajawin.
All right.
Then don't behave like.
I think we've been debating on the same thing. It's the same topic since morning. Now I feel sorry for Chenko because Chenko has been here for too long, and I probably can get dehydrated. I don't know whether you have water or not. I'm not sure.
I'm giving you your.
But we have been. All right, thank you.
He's a fighter. He already
this is Deng speaking.
You know the guest speaker? When you are a guest speaker, you cannot be removed.
All right, thank you.
I will move when this show finishes.
Thank you, Madud. Look, Madud was talking of what he has experienced in 1991. And we know very well that history cannot forgive when you have caused atrocity to the civilians and the innocent people. And this has been the character of Dr. Riek, the party chairman of SPLM-IO. Look here, Philemon. We will be defending the IO party until you become defenseless. This is the right time for you.
What?
To either.
Can you come again? You're repeating yourself. Come again.
This is the right time for you. You either sit in your own house and say enough is enough. I'm not participating anymore in SPLA affairs, SPLA-IO affairs. Because already you have seen the evidence of mass defection. And this mass defection is an indication of a failure. And already there are so many evidence of why there has been a lot of defection, and that is simply because of corruption within the SPLM-IO. That is one. Secondly, because of nepotism, and because they are not adhering to their own objectives and principles of the SPLM-IO. Chankwa, you indicated earlier that you are strong militarily and politically.
Absolutely.
The fact is this.
No.
The fact is this.
Okay. Tell whoever you want to fight IO to try.
No. We no longer, no one is going to afford any war anymore in South Sudan. Because the very innocent people who are going to suffer are the civilians. Not even those who are advocating to have their own party. Not even those who are advocating for their own interests. Not even those who are pursuing to have the dynasty of a permanent business as their own party. No. No one is going to afford that anymore. We need to learn from our own mistakes that we have done in the past.
Then
we have so many mistakes. Yes. We have so many mistakes.
You know the topic, right?
I know the topic.
The topic is not only about Chinkwell. The topic is for the IO generally. So I want you to dwell on that.
It's okay. We will respond.
Chinkwell is the diehard of SPLM. And I want to convince him that SPLM-IO is dead.
You cannot convince a diehard. You cannot convince a diehard.
And being a diehard. So Philemon is here. Philemon is here, and he's also a new recruiter.
Keep going.
Okay.
It's a new recruiter.
The thing is done, right?
No, allow him a couple of minutes, brother.
Okay.
Then you got some couple of minutes, wrap it up. So Philemon is anxious.
So I will wrap it up quickly. Now, the members of the SPLM-IO party, they have learned and they have known who is Riek as a commander-in-chief of the SPLM. They have known that this guy is only pursuing his own interest, and is also sitting above the party interest, not the interest of the party members. And this is the reason they have defected to SPLM party, which is the major party in South Sudan. And they are going to do their reformation within the SPLM party. How many times Riek has been defecting from one party to another, and nothing has changed. He has not done any reformation. And he has that spirit of miscalculation and poor strategies. How would you defend this guy?
Okay, that's a good question.
You cannot defend him anymore.
Thank you. Now, Emmanuel, to be fair, Emmanuel come in, and then we'll give it to Philemon and then to Chenko.
Yeah, thank you, Bull. You know, this baby cry of the diehard IO supporters and
give it to the Mana group, yeah,
and the new adopted Mundeng sons like Philemon, who are coming here to continue accusing that Soma has to wait for coronavirus. We have nothing to do with the mass defection within the IO. IO is an enemy of itself. There's nothing else. It doesn't need a Jawin to do anything for them. You know, the house that was built on a cut is falling apart. And I said this earlier, IO is a political organization that is tribally dominated, that is tribally oriented. To just say this is what this Chonkot admitted earlier. He said that the tribal base in South Sudan, I mean the political base in South Sudan is tribal, and that you cannot change.
No, that's not how I said it.
I have the note here. You say
no. I've said
the political base is tribal. So basically, it's actually admitting.
No, I've said the setup in the country is tribal setup. So politically,
can you mute him, Bull? I don't want to hear him talking. Let me finish talking. It's my time.
But don't
So basically, the SPLM-IO that is being led by the Toriak and the like of Chonkot is nothing but a tribal outfit, you know, believing in a tribal ideology of vengeance. The SPLM-IO was not an organic movement that was people-oriented, that was created to respond, you know, to the grievances of inequalities, of injustices. SPLM-IO was created by the Toriak when he fled in 2013, you know, and then surrounded himself with a tribal base, and it became a vehicle for the revenge, you know, of killing of their kin and kid that took place in the massacre that took place in Juba. That was the response of an IO. So when we answer the question that we have before us tonight, you know, about the defection in masses of the SPLM-IO, many of us who know SPLM-IO, you know, will not be surprised, because SPLM-IO is not an ideological movement, and this has been stated by the defected, those of Dak Bichiok. It is not. It is purely a tribal gathering of people who are very angry and who wanted to avenge the death of their kin and kids. Such a movement cannot bring transformation in our country. Now, let us look at the practical aspect of whether SPLM-IO can really bring transformation in the country. To anybody who understands the basic of politics, transformation could occur through a democratic process where you have a democratic atmosphere for you to sell your idea, or it can happen when you have an influence in the national parliament. Now, if you look at the IO, they have none. In the parliament, they are minority, very tiny minority. Even if they stay at home, they will not change the debate in the parliament, you know. Now, if it comes to democratic transformation, they have nothing to offer. Now, they keep on boasting about their military might. SPLM-IO Jama is a conquered opposition. They've actually crawled back to Juba because they have no other choice, okay? They have been defeated militarily. Their headquarters of Pagak was captured, you know. Where is the SPLM-IO town that they're capturing? Which major town, city in South Sudan? Are they holding Bantu? Even is the base of the Toriang Machar? No. Are they holding Malakal? No. Are they holding Nasser? No. What are they holding? Okay. IO is just militias in the bushes of South Sudan. Their time has come, as Brother Deng has said. You know, their time of fighting has come to an end, because what they've been fighting is position. The Toriak has been vice president for the last 8 years. He has done nothing constructive to talk about. Now he has crawled back as the first vice president. He's now heading coronavirus team. You know, that's the only thing now he's been reduced to. So I don't think such a person who has been reduced to lead the task force of the coronavirus could talk about the reforms in the country. The only success he could do is to perhaps fight the coronavirus in South Sudan, and I don't know what success he could have. SPLM-IO, when it was tested, it has been found wanting. You cannot believe that a political bureau, as he's saying, Chonko, that they have consulted, they could end up, you know, bringing a minister of health that is telling us we have a coronavirus in our country. You know, it tells you the competence of the cadres of so-called SPLM-IO. That is what they are for. But in a nutshell, tonight, Brother Bull, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, it's getting very late here. and the debate is becoming repetitive. I think the SPLM-IO, to answer the question that you have put today, is this the end of the IO era? And what are the root causes? Yes, it is the beginning.
SPLM. And I want to convince him that SPLM-IO is dead.
You cannot convince a diehard.
Who's talking?
You cannot convince a diehard.
And being a
someone is replaying the video.
And he's also a new recruiter.
Keep going, keep going.
I don't know who is speaking. Let's make an intellectual debate. Some people are speaking down there. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's quite clear now because someone was playing the cassettes again when Dan was speaking. So in conclusion, but what I want to say is this: today, in the court of the public opinion of South Sudanese, we've been having debate for hours. We have reached, most of us have reached a conclusion that SPLM-IO is coming to an end. Okay, SPLM-IO has failed to show itself that was really fighting for any transformation. Many of us did not believe it from the beginning anyway. And time has shown that SPLM-IO is only interested in position. Okay. Now, Shankar was saying that if Yal goes back, to SPLM, it will be on his dead body. He forgot that there's an element of the SPLM, reunification. You have, for example, Arusha, and this also will be initiated again. So we will not be surprised. Your boss has been subdued. He has been defeated. He has called to Juba. He has no authority in Juba. He cannot even leave Juba, leave alone to bring reform. So in a nutshell, the people of South Sudan who are watching tonight, the SPLM-IO under Dr. Riek Machar is a movement that will not bring any transformation in our country. It is a movement that is based on tribal affiliations, with only the adopted sons from other places like Philemon Tom, who would like to join the SPLM, and they would like to talk too much so that they could be rewarded with some crumbs, But we are saying that these political opportunists, they will never bring any change in our country. We, the people of South Sudan, know the history of Riek. Since 1991, 1997, 2002, Riek has always been a person that has failed politically to transform not only South Sudan, but transform himself as an individual. With that, Bull, I will raise my case and I will say good night to all of you. It's getting very late for me. It has been a very interesting debate, and I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you for coming to Lake State Media, and you have really made a tremendous discussion. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And next Friday, we will bring you back again. Thank you.
I'll be here, Bull. Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Philemon, go ahead.
Okay.
It will be you now to make it clear. Go ahead, Philemon.
Okay. Let me make some corrections in the narratives that some of the people put it massively on failures of assumption of failures of the IO. I made it very clearly that if we want peace, then we should be all fighting to make sure that this peace agreement has to be protected. Okay. And I know very well that the generation, brother, somebody who's spoken before here and then, I know, let me put it in this way. The generation that has been growing up after 1991, they will be hard to believe that anything that Dr. Machar will do good, okay? Because their political base or concept has been based on the grievances. And that is the things that we need to change, because history of the SPLM, all of us, those who've been in the SPLA, we know the history of SPLA. It is not a good history. It's not a clean history, okay? It is history start with the killing and continue to be a history of killing. Unless all of us, we need to stand up to stop that. But if we continue to make 91 as a grievances, then we will not have a country, okay? We'll call South Sudan. And that is the problem. Some of us have, had time to influence. Some of you who always here and make the narratives of 91. If we talk about 91, then we have to go back to 86, 87, Gajak massacre. We have to talk about what happened in Bilfam when getting, finished those people, those of Gaitut, and, we have to go back. There is a mistake that has been, has been committed by getting himself, and nobody counted on it. And because of that mistakes, now we have we don't have a nation now because of the mistakes hidden by getting during the time of liberation. And those are the history that we need to talk about. Don't concentrate it on 91, because what we have here is a broken nation. Need people that have a humble heart, patient enough to address the problems of South Sudan, not address the grievances of South Sudanese. Any country can go through the history, a bad history, worse history, but we have to look at the nation that can represent us. And that is what we are doing here. We are not doing here because we want to support Dr. Machar, but we are doing here because we want a country that reflects to you and me and generation to come. And that is what we are doing here, okay? So some of you will never understand because you are growing up with the influence of, something that you don't understand. And that's why you come here to make, your point based on the tribal narratives. And we are here not to buy the tribal narratives. We are here to talk about the implementation of peace agreement. And some of the government supporters, they should be the people to stand up with IO to stop the massive defections. Defecting to who? IO is a part of the government. If we can ask a logical question, these people, they are defecting to who? If they defect to Kiir, okay, Dr. Machar is a first vice president of Kiir, they're still going to go under them, okay, under Dr. Machar. If the military defected, then they are going to go under Angelina. So these are the things that we need to correct it, because we cannot, sit here and then bring the history that has proven to all of us wrong, even if we go back to the history of SPLM. Because what we hear now, okay, when we talk about getting legacy, we just only hear the concept of getting in the videos, but in actual practical, it's not happening. That's why the war broke out. Getting hiding South Sudanese from the realities. And that is why he, surrounded himself with the wrong people. And that's why when he died with his knowledge. He died with his vision, because he surrounded himself with the wrong people, which is tribal people. And if you look at, the SPLM that we have, and SPLM, those of Malik Agar, the same mentality. They are not changing because getting hide it, the right people in the time of liberation. And that is the problem. I want to make it here. So when
Philemon, wrap up in a minute.
Okay, defection is not a something that all of us we cannot celebrate, because we want to have a country that represents all of us. We have to stand up and stop this kind of defection, because it's not going to serve the interests of South Sudanese. It just only serve the interests of people that are looking for the position. But now, all of us, we should stand up and protect the peace agreement. We know that it's not a good peace agreement, but we can make it. War is not better than peace. Peace is better than war. And that is what we are doing now, and that we continue to work with the government to make sure that this peace needs to be implemented.
Philemon, thank you for the quick and short narrative. But it's still, look at this now. You just bring in, Dr. Grant.
Okay. No, Grant is not immune from, we have to check his history.
Hold on.
Now is a part of that history.
Hold on, Philemon. Hold on for a second. It seems like there is a problem here. When things are pointed out from IO standpoint, you start blaming everybody, including the dead.
Not blaming. That's a narrative. Where?
Okay. Hold on right there. Anyway, according to the way you narrated, but let me give a young Mayor a chance, and then Chinko will jump in as well, because he has a young just come in and haven't said anything. I want to make sure everybody get a chance. So again, go ahead. Gatek, I see you there, buddy. Hold on, I will bring you up. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, guys, for having me. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I listened to your talk. This is very...
because my iPad is running out.
This is a very critical topic. I mean, if we analyze the topic properly, like, is it the end of the era of the IO? We think it's very early for us to judge them. And this because due to, you know, you can't give an exam to student and then give them, at the same time you fail them, you know. You need to give them time to take the exam, and then afterward you just can correct them to see if the exam if they're doing right. So I think for us we need to give them a time, maybe 1 year, to see how the progress within implementation of the peace agreement. And so for me, I think it's very early for us to judge them. If we said in terms of defection from IO to IG, for me, it doesn't look good for the government, you know. I mean, I don't support any side, but like for me, I don't think for the government they should, because you know we need to stop this culture of defection, you know, because this culture of defection is affecting us a lot. So it doesn't make any sense to defect to the government while the government now, the IO and the government IG, they're all one team.
Ajang, hold on. I am not cutting you off.
Yeah.
There is no way anybody will stop. It is the facts. There is no way anybody, whether you here as a panel, the viewers, or back in South Sudan, anyone will stop the defection from each camp to the other camp.
Yeah.
Why? Some of us believe in the beginning there is no ideology competition here between both groups.
Yeah.
The competition here, who actually will employ who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I look at it. Go ahead.
That's what I was saying. I mean, I talked to before, like a couple months ago, in one of the Edward show, but they blocked me anyway. But I was saying, you know, this peace agreement was signed. It wasn't signed because of reform. This peace agreement was signed to accommodate people. That's why we have 4 vice presidents. And the people of South Sudan should know this. For us, President Kiir said, we sign in peace to sign in the gun. This peace and reform is the process, Ajama. It's not something we can do in one day, you know. So this peace, as I said, it was signed to sign in the gun, because we have, you know, we have people we can talk here. For us, people who live in the West, we can talk wherever this talk doesn't have the situation back home. You know, we have people in Sudan, the struggle in Egypt. We have a woman working in those Arab house cleaning, you know, in a very bad situation. We have kids in the street in Khartoum. For us, if you guys, those politicians, they should look at this situation, you know. You should give them a chance for peace, because if we have a peace, we can make a reform whatever time it takes. Even it takes 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Within a peace, we can do whatever we want. But we cannot say now, if we say now, okay, IO they fell, what is the option? People like Emmanuel Jawinda were talking here. If we say IO is fell, do they have the option for it? They don't have any option. So for us, you know, it's not our interest. Yeah, even me, I'm not an IO supporter, but it's not my interest to make a conspiracy against IO in order for them to fail, because it's no interest of people of South Sudan. If they're corrupt, whatever they're doing, let them do. Yeah, because for us, what we want to silence the gun. If we silence the gun, then from there we can think. Because when you have a peace, you can think what to do, how to reform, what can you do next. Yeah, this is my point anyway. This is the point I want to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your input.
So, yeah.
Now, I will turn the table to Chankwat. Chankwat. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. I'm not good at the name.
No, don't worry. It's fine.
No, it's okay. It's okay, brother. It's all right. We cannot blame anyone for the pronunciation. It's okay. Even me, I might pronounce your name in a different way, so I cannot blame you for that. You know, my dear comrades, thank you once again for this opportunity. I will not have much time to go back to Brother Emmanuel Ajawin, but what I can say in regard to everything that Emmanuel Ajawin says, let us not waste time with a leader and a party that can never give us a way forward. As my brother Ajang Mayor have just mentioned, that these individuals, they will come and criticize the SPLM-IO here and there. But if you give them the opportunity, do they have a way forward? The answer is no.
Based on the tribal narratives, and we are here not to buy the tribal narrative. We are here to talk about the implementation.
Someone is replying.
Hold on, I will figure out who it is.
To stand up with IO to stop.
Who is playing this?
Defected to who?
I'm trying to figure out who is playing.
If we can ask a logical question.
I think it's Brother Ajang.
If the defective.
Okay, I think I figured out. I think it is Madut. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So the reason I don't want to revisit everything that Brother Emmanuel Ajawin said is because let us not waste time with people that can never give us a way forward as a people of South Sudan. As my brother Ajang Mayor have just mentioned, sometimes it is good to talk. You can come and talk. But the question that the people of South Sudan should be asking that person is, if this peace fail now, for example, if the IO said, we don't want to be part of this peace agreement, what is the alternative? The question that the people of South Sudan should be asking that person is, if this peace fail now, for example, if the IO said, we don't want to be guys, we are taking our time now. The question that the people of South Sudan should be asking that person.
Hold on, guys. If you have an open window, please, can you mute that? Okay, I got it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, it's Deng, right? Yeah.
It's Deng. I will unmute you, Deng, when your time comes. That's fine.
Thank you.
That way you can listen on the side.
So let me just move very quickly. So the IO went to Juba because there was a need for peace in the country. And today, our going to Juba cannot be misused by those people that have no way forward for the people of South Sudan. When we went to Juba in quest for peace so that our people can go back to their normal lives. If anybody want to criticize the SPLM-IO for making that move, it is okay by them. But to us, we know exactly what we are doing. The person that we are dealing with is the SPLM-IG and all the other signatories of the peace agreement. If you are not part of the peace agreement, you know, everything that you are just saying, it is just a bubble in the air because you have no influence whatsoever in the process that we are taking. And therefore, my brother in Emmanuel Ajawin and the rest of the people in that movement, my advice to them is that they are really good, members of the Roman Empire now. You know, they have to continue to sit in Rome and let them continue to worship so that the manna can be brought from heaven. Once they receive that manna, they will join us in the peace process in South Sudan. We cannot negotiate with people that want to worship and wait for food to fall from heaven. We have to work hard to make sure that that food that is going to fall is the food that we have worked for it. That is why we in the IO today are inside Juba, working to make sure peace is realized. Now the notion of whether this is going to be a really credible peace or not, it is up to the implementation process. Once the implementation process is done and completed, or maybe not completed, then the parties to the peace agreement will know their way forward. Okay? We will know our way forward. It is not up to Emmanuel Ajawin or any critics to come here and tell us the way forward. The other thing, brother, you know, the other thing that we have to know, if this peace fails, there has to be someone that will be held accountable for the failure of the peace agreement. Because failure of this peace agreement will mean our people are going to go back to war. It will mean the suffering of our people will continue. And the person that is actually abrogating this peace agreement will be held to account. And this leads me to this statement here. The current defection, and even the defection that might happen in other parties, and even including the SPLM-IG, has to be stopped. If we want peace in the Republic of South Sudan, these defections must be stopped. And who are these? Who is going to, stop the defections? The leaders of all these parties that are signatories to the peace agreement must bring an end to these defections. In this document here, brother Peter, in this document here, it discouraged all the parties, especially the warring parties, the two warring parties. It discouraged them from recruiting members from other parties. It discourages them from recruiting militias and soldiers from other parties or from community base. It is here in the document. Now, if it is happening now in Juba, and the SPLM-IG, whether they have a hand in it or not, if this defection continues and something wrong happens tomorrow, the party that is welcoming these defectees are going to be blamed and held accountable for what is going to happen, if in case it happens. My advice to our people and our leaders is that you must respect your signature. The signature that you have inked on this document, you must respect it, so that if anybody is disgruntled and unhappy in the SPLM-IO and wanted to find a space in your party, you should not welcome them. Because if you welcome them, the IO will go and continue to welcome people from you, from your party. How are we going to end this situation? The fact that defections are happening and they are going to the Juba regime, it is very unfortunate. Let me say this, Brother Peter. 2 days ago, when Honorable Dak Duop defected, he was not the one that called for the meeting. The meeting was actually organized. All those people that you see sitting behind, all those people that you see in the photos, they are not from SPLM-IO. They are part and parcel of. No, I'm telling you the truth, brother.
Is that an allegation or with the?
No. These are fact. These are fact, brother. I will send you even the names if you want. Those people that you see at the background, the people that actually made the move were 10 of them. This is Dak Duop, the rest of the guys. They are 10, okay? But the people that actually hosted that event is not Dak Duop himself. The event was hosted by the sons and daughters of Greater Upper Nile, who happen to be members of the SPLM-IG, for your information. And then Dak Duop went there, and in the event of that, the reason as to why they hosted the event, they say they were actually creating an awareness, for the people of Greater Upper Nile on the issue of COVID-19. That is the notion of the conference that day, or the meeting. That is the agenda. But Dak Duop went there, and then they allow him to announce his defection. Now the question is, these people, let me give you some of the names. Garwel Garkot was there. Hold on.
Not to cut you. I have enough time for you. Not to cut you, but the question is, why would those guys, if that was not an event actually being arranged by those disgruntled group, why was it allowed to be announced on the event of COVID-19? Come on, let's be realistic.
Well, and that's why you need to know there are issues that are going under the table that you don't know. You need to understand that, brother. These defections do not happen just out of nowhere. They don't just happen because they happen. All right? Let me go ahead by saying this. The fact that the regime, which is the SPLM-IG, continue to allow these defections and actually continue to welcome them, and even allow them to go and meet Salva Kiir, for example, it is actually a direct and clear violation of this document here. Now, what does it tell me? as a member and as a son of South Sudan, for example, who want peace in the country, I will agree with one notion that have been said by one of the gentlemen earlier, that if this defections continues, I think it was Brother Nuri, if this defection continues, there will be something that will happen in the end. And this something that will happen in the end, it is not going to be something pleasant. Why? Because we are in peace, and a party to the peace agreement continue to welcome defectees from other political parties. That will tell me something is actually moving under the ground. And I was giving you example of the names of the people. One person was Gargos Gargos, who is part of Juba SPLM-IO. The other one was Kun Poch, who was a former governor of Upper Nile, who is a member of the SPLM-IO. The other one is Lol Garkot, who is also a member of the SPLM-IO. So now if I come and say that the regime or the SPLM-IO must give us a clear way forward in what they really want to achieve, then I would be right. Because how do the Juba regime continue to allow these individuals to do these dirty politics? So my brother Peter, because our fellow brothers are here and they might have to add some things. And I know I'm the guest, with you. Let me just say this. If we dearly need peace in the country, the only parties that can help to rehabilitate the Republic of South Sudan from the abscess of the civil war to a new beginning of peace is SPLM-IO and the SPLM-IO, with the support from the rest of other parties to the signing of the agreement. If we don't respect the SPLM-IO and we continue to play dirty politics against SPLM-IO, this peace will scramble. Take this word from me. Because SPLM-IO is a part and parcel of that peace agreement. So if it is scrambled, this peace will not achieve what it's intended to achieve. Lastly, there are some people who say, oh, get rid of Dr. Riek Machar and then let's bring a new face. These notions are old notions. These statements are weak statements from people who cannot stand the voice of an individual that want to transform the Republic of South Sudan. If you come and tell me, we don't want Riek Machar, please get rid of Riek Machar, that means you are unable and unfit to lead the country because you cannot face the capabilities of Dr. Riek Machar. Thank you, brother Peter Coyne. I will stay here.
Okay. Thank you, Chenkwat. Anyway, I know people thought you are just here all night, but actually, for those who just came in, we invited Chenkwat to come and actually highlight what's going on IO camp. And all the questions that will come from all corners, Chenkwat is the only person that's going to respond. Even if I took everybody off the show, he will be there until we end the show. So that's why he's here all tonight. For those who have no idea why Chenkwat is here. Come on, one more gentlemen, hold on for 1 second. I know everybody had 3 minutes. Nuri, you want to respond so bad to previous speaker and also Chenkwat, and then I will let Kaman and Wal also have their opinion. I have Deng Dinga here too as well, and Peter something just left. So
okay.
Go ahead, Nuri. 3 minutes.
Okay. One thing I would like to say that I think anybody who is having a miss in his mind.
Yes, Abiel Kon over there. Yeah.
Anybody who is having a miss in his mind would have to look at the history.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, Wal, hold on 1 second. Yes, hold on, Wal. Yes, I hear you.
Okay. So anybody who is having a miss or an imagination in his mind or her mind that that the first vice president would be not relevant as long as they fit to be in the politics of South Sudan. I think that person would have a lot of serious of question to answer, because many people would have to refer him to history. As far as I know, as my life and experience is concerned.
Are you guys hearing Mr. Noor?
Yes, we hear him.
Yes. Apengo.
Okay.
We can hear him, man.
Okay, so you have to look at the history. And when you look at the history, you realize.
I don't hear Noor.
Okay, well, you can choose yourself and come back. You are the only one person that can hear Noor.
Yeah, Well has been here for long, so it would be good to hear him. Yeah.
Okay, so you have to look at the history. I'm really telling brothers and sisters who are listening and who have spoken as well that that the first vice president life and soul has been infused into the politics of South Sudan. If you were able to get rid of him, you would have gotten gotten rid of him long time ago. But my experience is telling me that he has been unable to be gotten rid of. All right. Now that is the question people have to consider. Many people would say the stability of South Sudan and the durability of peace in South Sudan is attached to him. Now, you can disagree and say, no, Nuri, what you're saying is not correct. Well, he signed peace with Dr. Grant. All right? There was no moving forward unless you bring Dr. Riek to sign peace, the CPA. Now, if you dispute that, then we will have series of discussion and we will water down series of facts with you. Because that's what was happening. The international community rallied behind and say, you must bring a major post into the table so that you can have a comprehensive peace agreement. That's the facts. Now, why was he relevant again in 2015? Many people said, no, you cannot have this without Dr. Riek Machar. You have to bring Dr. Riek Machar into the table. Now, is he alone? Is he the only politician with PhD? No, there are many people with PhDs. Is he the only person who is a qualified intellectual? No, there are many people who are intellectual. All right, but why is he always relevant? And that was my question earlier to people who are having doubt. Why has he been continuing to be relevant with a principal or a primary actor when peace is being set in the Republic of South Sudan? They arrested him in South Africa. He came back. All right, they put sanction on him. He came back and he's now in Juba. So my point here is the defection of this individual is not the defect kind of defection that would be able to bring Dr. Riek Machar down and his party. All right, because people who sign peace with him, they would be careful to allow people who are defecting to go and destroy the peace. All right, those people, they may be given directors, they may be commissioners, or they may be given kickbacks, but I don't think they will be allowed to destroy the party that signed peace with the IG. This is so important. All right, it goes with the logic, because the SPLM-IG will not be seen, does not want to be seen as a party to the peace agreement as a violator in a clear term. So they may be given an assistant, all right? That assistant may be financial assistant to give them some kickback, or they may be given some position, but I don't think they would be allowed to destroy the very valuable commodity which is so important to the people of South Sudan. Now, the problem here is that they will not have a space. They will not have privacy to have a conversation without the SPLM-IO officials. The SPLM-IO He is going to be there when there is something at the national level being discussed. If they are in J1, the SPLM-IO would be there, all right? Because the interest of the IG and the interest of the SPLM-IO is to make sure there is durable peace in the country. And that's the reason I'm saying that these defections, they may be valuable to 2 individuals, but they may not be valuable to 10 people or 20 people or 200 people, because 2 individuals or 3 individuals may be taken as people who might be beneficiaries, all right? But the rest will not be beneficiaries because there are no means to satisfy everybody. I think the best thing to do is to move toward stabilizing political parties and make these parties to be standing as alternative government. So if there is something that
to be clear, so you are telling us, so it doesn't matter whether if people leave the IO camp and so forth, because of all those things that react on the other side of the IO, he is the relevant party regardless, whether he is not the only intellectual, whether he is not the only, educator. Is that what you are trying to say?
Yes.
Sometimes people feel confused when you are saying something. And I just put that comment here. Someone was saying, your narrating is saying that regardless of what happened, Riek is still relevant because he represents Nuer.
I am afraid that to use that language because it did not appear in my conversation. All right. So I'm saying that Dr. Riek has been a relevant figure as far as searching for peace for South Sudan is concerned. All right. He signed peace with Dr. Garang. They could have ignored him, but they didn't, because there were regional pressure. There were regional pressures. There were international pressures. All right. That's why the SPLA chairman was convened to make sure he reconciled with Dr. Riek. They reconciled. There was comprehensive peace agreement.
Okay.
Now in 2015.
Now
right?
you can wrap up in a minute.
Okay. In 2015, he became so relevant. So President Salva went back to him and signed peace with him. I'm just saying here, if people are having a miss that he will be out of picture because of this defection, that his party would be weakened. He would not be weakened because of this, photo of defection. They would not weaken him. They would never, because if he was going to be weakened, he would have been weakened long time ago. So there is something that is so critical when it comes to searching for peace in South Sudan, and it is connected to Dr. Riek Machar. Now, if anybody who is appearing on live tonight is going to object that, you will have to tell everybody here that no, they're lenient for him. No, they accommodate him. No, that's not accommodation. He got masses. He got people who are following him. All right. It's not because of anything else. He got people in the country that could put a pressure on the governing party or on the major military opponent to him. He got people. That's why they always sign peace agreement with him. So what I'm saying here is that I think it is very important to support peace, to stabilize parties. And if anybody is not happy with his or her party, it would be a good idea to put a reform within that party. Otherwise, when you have too many individuals who are playing people, all right, who are playing people against people, the outcome may not be good, because there are people who may not have been given a specific position or maybe kept in the same position. Those people now, they're turning against their former bosses. Their former boss, they're turning against him. And the information they're passing around people is not a kind of information that would be in the interest of peace. So if I were a minister before, and if for some reason under this RT GONU, if that's the case, I'm no longer in the RT GONU, it seems that I would be deciding things that may not be in the best interest of peace at all, and create a group in order to actually benefit from the creation of that group. But it is because of my own personal interest, but not in the interest of the country. The point here is, the question we're debating, is this the end of the IO? No, this is not the end of the IO, all right? Unless if Dr. Riek Machar is going to go on national television and say, from today on, there is no IO anymore. The moment you hear that, then the IO will no longer be relevant. But as long as Dr. Riek is there, but he will have to ask the permission though. It cannot just go on television and announce. He will have to get a permission from people who are supporting the IO. The IO is not Dr. Riek. The IO are people who are looking for reform. Now, if I say this, they will say, now Nuri seem to be leaning toward the IO, and Nuri seem to be supporting reform.
Someone is already asking when did Nuri join?
Okay, so they're going to say that. They're going to say that below.
You know, brother Nuri, it's good to tell the truth.
Yeah, they're going to say that when did, but let me tell you this. The first person who joined Dr. Riek Machar, let me finish on this. The first person who joined Dr. Riek Machar is a very powerful person. That person, do we know that person? Do we know that person? President Salva. President Salva. He signed peace with him. So when people are commenting down here, Kwalmanyang has joined Dr. Riek Machar. Makwilwes has joined Dr. Riek Machar. All right. Jogriak has joined Dr. Riek Machar. You name it. Many people joined Dr. Riek Machar. They had a party at J1. All right. Tabendenga joined Dr. Riek Machar. Waniga joined Dr. Riek Machar.
You will break your fingers.
Unless if they're saying that these significant people in Juba, they have been showing a jokery moment in which they have not been sincerely honest. But as far as I know, they have formed a government of national unity. It's called a power sharing government. All right. Yeah. If they didn't like him, if they didn't like the IO, they would not share the power with them. All right. So when we cannot be kid here, They have they have greeted each other. All right. And they have welcomed each other. They're working toward reconciliation now. Okay, to reconcile themselves. Now, unless if you're saying that they did it pretentiously, which would be dangerous to the people of South Sudan. But if they did it with sincerity, then I'm saying the first person who joined Dr. Riek Machar in making peace with him, all right, is President Salva. And if you disagree with that, then you're against President Salva beliefs that peace is what we need in the Republic of South Sudan. Okay. My concern here is not to allow, the moment you allow the whole out parties or the whole out group, the more the peace agreement would easily collapse. Okay. I have seen people who have been influenced here by the leader of the NDF.
I'll bring you back for the last one.
And those people, they already joined. You don't have to say I joined. Okay, the reason people are saying now I sound like somebody who support the IO is because I'm supporting peace process to be durable. Now, if you comment against the IO and bring anything that will bring the IO down, then it sounds like you have an alternative. But let me leave with this: Dr. Riek has been attached to the peace process in the Republic of South Sudan. And I will leave to anybody who would said that to give me evidence why he would think that Dr. Riek has not been a central figure when it comes to search for peace in South Sudan. Okay. President Salva, he will tell you that we cannot have a stable peace in the country unless we have Dr. Riek.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Nuri. Come on, Awet. Sorry, guys, I had to let that slide for Nuri, but I want to make sure everybody has enough time. I am each of you is capable of, narrate his point within 3 minutes. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter Kanj.
for the chance you gave me, and brother Chanko, my classmate, my neighbor as well. I greet you, mate, and thank you for
man,
being
how
here.
you doing, coming?
I'm good, boy.
Yeah.
Nuri,
Long
thank
time,
you very
man,
much.
long time.
Abdel Khon, thank you, and Deng Dinka, thank you, and all the viewers, thank you for the chance. I will try to. I'm a good talk. I can talk a lot, but I'll try to catch up with 3 minutes, Peter. I am an SPLM member. I don't have a position in the SPLM hierarchy, but I am a member. I'm a diehard member of the SPLM. So that's where my position is. And in case everything I say here, I will say it on behalf of the SPLM party. And to the topic, as we said, SPLM-IO has come to an end. Let's be honest, like you guys all said it. Peter Chankot, it's great that you're here and you'll be hearing me out anyway. I've always been commenting and hard comment on you through you and your party.
Your voice is echoing, I don't know.
Okay, somebody has 2 windows open. Hold on.
Yep.
Let me find out who has those 2 windows open. Okay, it's a little bit quiet. Go ahead. Go ahead, come on.
All right, thank you. So the SPLM,
it's still on, man.
How is it?
Yep. Go.
I think it's coming up on my screen. It's coming up on my screen as well, saying the host has muted.
Yeah, I tried to figure out if that's you that has noise. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. The topic today, as we all see, SPLM has come to an end. I would not say that like Brother Noor and other brothers put it, but I would say this. If I go back to when the unity government was formed, what Riek Machar has done, it's something very straightforward. I knew this, and we all knew this anyway. We don't want to talk about it earlier. This would happen because it had to happen. Look at the 9 ministries that were given to Dr. Riek Machar, or let's say SPLM-IO. They all goes into Riek Machar family. I'm not going to call the name out here, but if you know the 9 ministries plus 3 duties that were given to Dr. Riek Machar, he all designated them. He given all the position to his family members. Chankwat, I know my brother. You are my brother, and I love you, man. You are not even close, very close, family-wise, with Riek Machar. And prove me wrong here later. All these ministries have gone to Riek Machar close family, not IO. IO is the big party, as you guys put it. But I am putting it this way. It's a family party. I had been saying this. We as PLM, we've been saying this. Riek Machar has this party as his property, followed by Angelina Teng. If you look at the ministries now, they're all to Riek Machar. Himself, wife, in-laws, including mother-in-law. So why are we butchering the bush here? We are butchering. We are just going around not saying the truth. We have to be honest here. The problem of many, I love all the Nuer people. I have a lot of friends here, including you, Chankwa. You are close to me. You're my best friend. We used to hang out, and all of the other boys. All of the Nuer people are not happy with what Riek Machar have done in this unity government. Period. No argument about that. We have to be honest. This mass defection from Nuer people, Nuer intellectual, Nuer sons and daughters, Chankwas, and all of you, my brothers, there's over, not even 200 we're talking about here. We're talking about more than 500 Nuer intellectuals that are defected today in 3 places. We have seen all the videos. The reason of the defection, Chankwas, the reason of defection is what I'm just saying here. Riek Machar have put SPLM-IO in his pocket and is in his family. Look at the ministry. Don't argue with me. And don't even say anything here on this show. Otherwise, I will ask you, tell me the name and the relationship of all the 9 ministries. with Riek Machar. If I'm not wrong, 4 of them are related to him. Blood related to Riek Machar.
You are losing your plot, brother. You are losing your side on what you are saying.
Okay, no. I'm back to SPLM. Look at the SPLM. We have 64 tribes. If you look at the SPLM party, I have all the ministers here. I have all the members here. None of them is from Kir Mayadi. Close. Kir Mayadi, like Riek Machar, a wife. Okay, I'm there. Look at Ayan. Look at Yandi. Ayandi is not even in the ministry. Not even in the directorate.
What does Ayandi know?
Please,
what does Ayandi have?
Hold on, Chankwas. Hold on. Let me say this. What is going on here? What is going on here? To all my brothers, all Nuer brothers, all the SPLM-IO brothers, it's like, look, Chankwas, let me ask you this. If you cut an orange, and squeeze it,
You are addicted to Chankwas' name, right?
Chankwas.
Because
what come out of that orange?
Speak on your agenda, brother.
Okay, agenda, back to SPLM and the SPLM-IO. Okay, SPLM-IO, to be honest to you, brothers and sisters, especially Nuer brothers, we have to sit down and have other Nuer brothers who are defecting. I'm telling this, and I'm saying this on behalf of all the defectees, all those Nuer brothers and sisters defected. I am with them, and I want a lot of other Nuer people to do that, because this is what we've been saying in the SPLM party. This is what we've been saying. SPLM-IO is a Riek Machar property in his pocket. Period. Simple. Look at the ministry. You, Checkpot, and all the other Nuer brothers here. None of you is going to be liberated by this party. We are sitting here on the media, especially Checkpot and all the other brothers, sitting here not telling the truth. When are you going to tell the truth if you don't tell your Nuer brothers the truth? Why are you wasting your time here to come and tell South Sudanese that I, Chankpod, or whoever, I am telling the truth when I'm telling you we have to stand with all the Nuer defectors, all Nuer brothers who doesn't like what Riek Machar has been doing in his party, not in South Sudan. Riek Machar has failed in his family. He's failed in the SPLM-IO, this only 6 years party anyway. And at the moment, yes, Riek Machar have done something right, and I have to congratulate him by coming under the SPLM, which is led by President Kir Mayadi. He's going to succeed now if you
are contradicting yourself, Cayman.
I am telling the truth, Mike. I'm talking politically.
You are contradicting yourself. But continue anyway.
I'm talking politically here. I'm talking about SPLM here.
Come on. Yep. 1 second. Pause. You have 30 seconds. But hold on. Peter, but I will just call you John. John, Petronius, I put you on mute because the noise is coming from you. Hold on for a second. Say on mute and unmute yourself when it is your time. So don't worry. I mute you intentionally because the noise that it's coming from your side. Come on. Okay, 30 seconds. Wrap up.
Thank you. Okay, I'll make sure, Peter, give me a chance later. Let me just put this into conclusion to listen to my brother. Okay, my point here is we don't have any position here in neither SPLA-IO or SPLM, where I came from, but we are telling the truth here. Brothers and sisters, this is not a political issues anymore. What is happening, the defection happening, yes, this is the end of the SPLM-IO. If we don't look into it, and if we don't say the truth, this is the end of the SPLM-IO. And it's going to happen in where Riek Machar came from. I stand with those who don't like what is going on with the SPLM-IO and this mass defection. Chankpot and all the other brothers, please don't deny this, especially on social media like this. Don't say these people are not members, are not important. They include, some of them include directors, secretaries, and even former ministers and generals.
Thank you.
So if you deny this as a South Sudanese, leave me alone. Leave me alone. If you deny this and say this is not a mess defection and this is not the end of the SPLM-IO, you are wrong. And I'll come back later anyway because I need to throw a lot of things here to this end of the SPLM-IO, but I'll let other people speak. Thank you very much, Peter. and Chankwa, all the other brothers.
Chankwa, hold on. Let me finish this.
No, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
So that you have enough time to respond.
No, it's all right.
Yeah, Jamana, I have over 100 people that try to join your show, okay? This is all to the viewers. I have a limit of 10 people on the lobby. And with that, I have more than 10 people. So if I see people trying to join here and it tells them the show is full, I did not block anyone. This is the last thing I can do here at Lake State Media to block someone. Everybody have opinion, regardless of your language barrier, regardless of your political opinion or where you come from. So we are here to have a conversation. Maybe if we have this conversation, we might find a common ground and we will have a peace. This is all what it is all about. So thank you, Kaman. Thank you for being patient, gentlemen. Dengdinga, I know you were checking your head. I guess I know. Maybe it squeeze your narrative within 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Let them go punch the wall first.
Yes. Brother Chankwas, I thank you. All the viewers, I thank you. All the people who are here contributing right now in the video, I thank you. And I want to say, I was here before, but that's not why I'm here. Before, I respect this show. When you ask to ask a question, when you ask somebody who hosts a show to ask a question, you come and ask a question. You don't add anything from your mind. That's why I come and ask my question and left. Now I'm coming back to contribute to this topic because it was not real to contribute and ask questions at the same time. So I thank you, the host. I thank you, Peter, and I thank you, those who allowed me to come back again for a few minutes. I'll make it short like I do before. I come back because I don't agree with Nuri and Chankwas, and I will tell them why I don't agree with them. I'll make it short.
Because you are Salva Kiir supporter,
yes,
simple.
Because I'm Salva Kiir supporter. Even Emmanuel, I have a word. You remind me. Thank you, Chancellor. You remind me. When I come and ask the question, I thought Emmanuel will say that is a tribally motivated question. I thought Emmanuel will say that the Dinka question is a tribal motivated question instead of saying it's a political motivated, but he didn't. The same to you, Chankwas. I thought you would say, oh, that Dinka. Oh, he come because he's a Dinka or he is a government supporter. You didn't say it.
Well, I don't have to say it because your name say it all.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Let me come to why I'm here. Why I'm here, Nouri keeps saying that the defection of all these leaders from IO will not affect IO party as a party. That's Nouri. I hear him 5 times. Nouri keeps saying that the defection of these people will not affect IO as a party. Well, let me add Chankwas. Chankwas say, Chankwas just answered the question. Nouri didn't answer, but Chankwas answered it. Chankwas said when he was asked about James Kong Chol, James Wang Chan, or they are all James, or James Chan, the name are James, but they are the most important general in IO. Do you know what Chankwas said? They are looking for a position. if I put that in his mouth, I give him 1 second to answer me.
Go, Chankwas.
Yes, if I put that in his mouth, I give him 1 second to answer.
I did. Okay, look, I might have said that, but what I was saying, simple like this. These individuals, okay, they complain that there are issues in the movement. And they refuse to fix the issues and they run away to go forward.
Thank you.
Simple as that.
Thank you. The audience will judge you. What did you say it and what you are saying now?
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So when someone is running away from the
because
movement,
that's what I heard from you, and the audience heard you before. Let me go ahead so I can finish. Brother Chankwas, I want to ask you another question.
You have not even responded to Nuri yet.
Yeah, it's just to keep going. I don't want to answer me. It's just to listen and the audience can listen.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, the general that you mentioned, were they not there when Dr. Yaki's wife, Argentina, was appointed? Did they appointed her to go there and then they come to Juba? Like we have the video that they said, this is what Young Micha tell to John Garang when he defected in 1991. They said, Peter Conchual said exactly what Young Micha told John Garang when he defected in 1991. In a video. Are you telling me, really?
No. Can you tell us? Can you tell us what
are you telling us? Okay, are you IO, not you, IO telling us that this general, they were not there when Argentina was appointed? It shows you, yeah, the wife of Dr. Yang.
Angelina.
Angelina, okay, Malay. Sorry.
Not Argentina. You are taking us to
Argentina.
You know, American.
I have that Argentina in the United States, which is the most powerful woman in the United States. Sorry for that. My brother, not just you, but IO. Are you telling us these people were not there when she was appointed? It's just a question I don't want you to answer, but I want the audience to understand.
Because I want to understand what I like what you're saying, but I want to understand what do you really mean? Do you mean
what I mean is you are these people, you are just accusing them because they come back to the government. Because
which government?
The government of Kiir.
No,
but
say
they know exactly. They are innocent people. That's why they are defected.
Hold on, you will respond to him.
Yeah. Let me tell you why they are defected. Because they are not happy. They are not happy, and they say it with their own mouth. Not Dinka, not the government, not any supporter of the government here. They were not happy. And that's my question to Nuri. If Nuri said, he keeps saying that this defection have nothing, will not affect IO in a long term or short term, then why these people defect?
You cannot mix two things.
Are they happy? Are they happy to defect? Or do people, all the supporters of Dr. Yang Machar, are they happy to these people? Okay, if you want to respond, then you respond, but my minute
I'm just trying to.
Okay.
I want you to be clear. I'm not responding.
Okay.
You have said this defection for a short term and a long term. Which one do you want?
Okay.
Do you want the short term or the long term?
No, I will answer you in a way that you will understand whether it's long term or short term. It's affecting IEO. It's affecting IEO. The defection is affecting IEO, and I want Nuri to accept that, and I want you to accept that publicly.
Okay, thank you.
Whether long term or short term, now you see the reaction of all these people who are talking here, and all the new people who are talking. This have affect IEO. But my last word is this: you, the host, please, I want Bolgai back. I want Bolgai back. He's here. I can see him. I can see. Okay, now I didn't see, but now I'm happy to see him because this guy, Bolgai. I have said history.
No,
Gaibol. Okay, I'm sorry. This is my brother called Gaibol. I come to his show. I told him the history of sympathize. I told that history to him. He know that I love Nuer as my countryman and countrywoman. my brothers and sisters. My difference with IO is Dr. Yang Micha. I told him, I said, Guy Ball, even you, if I die today, if I come to your state in Washington and I die, you will be the first person to bury me. I don't hate you. I love you. But the difference is, Dr. Yak,
thank you.
As other people say.
Because of time,
why
time
I
is
love,
really rushing.
yeah, let me finish it. Why I love Guy Ball to come. Guy Ball will be different with Chankwas. Guy Ball will be different with Emmanuel Jahid for next 2 years. Next 2 years, not now. Let me tell you this. Not now. Next 2 years. Forget about the past. For next 7 years. But for next 2 years, I know Guy will be different. Thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you, Deng. Chinkwa, let John add one more, and I will let you respond, and then Guy will come next. Thank you, Deng.
You. I appreciate.
I hope Chinkwa will answer your question.
And you can take me up so I can just listen without being here, and somebody else can come.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deng.
Oh, Peter, hold on. Let me, Peter, let me.
You have to unmute him.
Yes, let me unmute Peter first. Third Peter, go ahead. Peter, hold on. Let me, Peter, let me.
You have to unmute him.
Yes, let me unmute Peter first.
Thank you, Peter.
Third Peter, go ahead. Peter, hold on. Let me. Peter, let me.
You have to unmute him.
Hold on 1 second. Peter, you have 2 windows open. Please, can you close window and leave the one you are on the show, because it's causing echoing. Peter, you have 2 windows open. Can you close window and leave the one you are on the show, because it's causing echoing. Peter, you have 2 windows open. Can you close window and leave the one you are on the show, because it's causing echoing. Peter, you have 2 windows open. Okay, I'm trying to pick. Yes, it's Peter. You have 2 windows open, so you are the one actually causing echoing. I mean, John. Sorry for keeping calling you Peter. I don't know why. 2 windows open, so you are the one actually causing echoing. Now you have mute yourself. Okay.
While we wait, I think we should bombard question 2 at Chenkwas.
Okay, Chenkwas, respond while I'm respond for the next 3 minutes, please. Now I'm going to time you up.
All right. Look. Sometime, brother Peter. Is he back?
Yeah, he's back, but he muted himself.
Okay.
You should keep going, right?
Okay. Brother Peter, thank you once again. You know, this platform is a great platform for we, the people of South Sudan, to share ideas. And these ideas should not just be used for the expedience sake. You know, the incertitude on people's minds about the SPLM-IO will never take us anywhere. Because when people are uncertain of what is taking place, and they would come on a platform like this to try to spread, you know, the hearsays and the things that they have just heard over the medias, we cannot have a genuine logical conclusion. What I have to say, brother Peter, the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan does not start in 2013. And that is why one of our gentlemen said earlier that if we are to touch the history, we have to go back years and years. And the more we dig down the history, we will find that we have a sad part of the history in the quest for the Republic of South Sudan, or in quest for the independence of the country. And I don't want to dig those ones, because if I were to dig them out, yesterday on one of the videos I've said that, you know, in the Republic of South Sudan, or actually in the Republic of Sudan, during the quest for our liberation, a lot of us have suffered. Okay, a lot of us have suffered. If we are to come here and reopen the stories, some of us will find that they don't even have a story to say. I don't want to go there. In regard to, you know, the incertitude on the people's mind about the SPLM-IO, these are things that we will not be able to wash away, because one of our speakers said earlier, there are people who were born after 1991, and these people, they have been, you know, tuned to a certain tune of history. And there were people that were born before 1991 that also were tuned and fine-tuned to a certain voices. These people, Chankwas will never be able to brainwash them and bring them to the safer side. It is up to them to dig out the true history of Republic of South Sudan, so that they can be able to wash themselves clean and be clear on which position they are supposed to take. My brother Kaman, yes, of course, we are really good friends, brothers, and countrymen. I have no dispute on that. But brother, you know, when we speak here, we cannot speak on a double side. You said earlier when you introduced yourself that you came and you represent the SPLM. If I were you, I would not say I represent the SPLM. You would say you come as a member of the SPLM, but you are speaking.
Exactly. That's what I said exactly, and you can listen later on. I said I am a member, not represent.
Anyway, so the agendas in which you have browsed means, and it tells me you were not here at the start of the show.
If you go back there, I said I don't have position, so don't twist word, Mike.
Yeah. So at the start of this show, if you were there from the beginning, this is the second part of this show. 8 hours now we have been talking. Okay, we are now only about 10 minutes to go, and that will conclude the 8 hours. You would have heard the explanation on the position of the SPLM-IO as a member. You have said this. You have said this, and I'm concluding because I will give room to the 2-3 guys.
I'm waiting for my answer. You haven't answered my question as well.
You have said, you know, the mass defection of more than 500 students and members of the IO will have impact. First of all, I have to tell you that the people that defected on Thursday, they were 10 people, led by Honorable Dak Duop. Well, you can shake your head, but I am talking as a member of IO, knowing the fact. Okay?
Now, I think you just wake up because you've been doing a lot of show, and I have the list. Right. I can forward that.
Well, that's good on you. That's good on you. But I'm on this show, not on your show. Yes. So on this show, what I will feed the viewers is that the SPLM-IO had a defection on Thursday, and there were 10 people. 4 of them were members and leaders of the movement, led by Honorable Dak Duop. They were 10 on the list. Go back to your research point. The people that you see, the people that you see on the background, they had an event, and I can even forward to this to Peter on who were hosting that show, who were hosting that event. In regard to your point on defection. Brother, let us tell the fact the way they are. If Chenkos decided today to quit as SPLM-IO because of my own grievances, that will never destroy the SPLM-IO. This is something you guys have to get it from your mind. SPLM-IO will always stand, regardless of who comes in and who goes out. Take my word for it, Brother Cayman. 10 people defected 2 days ago. The list that you guys saw yesterday being circulated as a list of people from Egypt, that is not true. You could see the members of Egypt are now contesting that list. Okay? They are even asking question, where did the first guy on that list found the names of the people? That means that guy was a member of the movement. He produced a list from the documents or from the file. In my conclusion,
no, can you not conclude? Can you answer the statement I just made?
Okay, gentlemen, hold on.
About the 9 ministers being given to
come on.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. There's a noise.
And how they go, and that's what caused the issue of mass defection and annoyed all the Nuer.
Okay, come on, hold on. We have hold this show for it's going to be exactly 8 hours in 10 minutes. Yep. So what I want you to do, hang on there, Chankot. I think most of your response probably are going to be repeating. Let me give 1 minute to 1 minute and a half to each. Yeah, Jamana, I am so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
You guys know we have been here for a very long time, but I want to make sure Akim, Gaibo,
no, I will respond to that, Kevin.
At least have a word.
Okay, how?
Akim, 1 minute and a half. Gaibo, 1 minute and a half, and Abiel, because we have less than 10 minutes to go.
Okay.
Okay, who do you want to go first?
Go ahead, Akim.
Go on,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, guys. And 1 minute is big enough for me. I don't need 15 minutes because I just make my point very quick.
Okay.
I appreciate, I greet your audience, all of you, the panel. Honestly, the topic become very hot. But my question here, if we're repeating ourselves, IO fail, what next? This is the question we need to ask ourselves. I know IO is not going to go nowhere, okay? More defection is coming, okay? More defection is coming. I can hear my voice.
You clear?
Dr. Kim, I hear you well.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
IO is the main opposition. IO carry all of us. We trust IO with the ideology, with their vision. All of us believe reform, change is coming, federal system is coming, but all in vain. In vain. Let's be honest. The IO become a family business. Family business.
Period.
We need the member of IO to say, you know what, we'll make a mistake. There's no shame. There's no shame about it. IO try their best, and we love IO to death, but they fail in the middle of sea. The rest of the oppositions, you know what? This is politics. They're using the failure of IO. They want to gain the popularity. What's wrong with it? If Ajawin and the rest of the other opposition, if they can come up and pick over what left in IO, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. No, honestly, nothing wrong with it. But I'm just gonna say here, you know what? I never hate IO.
You are left with 6 minutes or 7 minutes, I think.
Hey, you're not the one to control the show. Let me speak. Let me speak my mind. Don't control me in somebody's show.
Okay. No, I'm just reminding you, brother. I'm just reminding you.
It's okay. 30 seconds, Akim.
Okay.
I'm just reminding you, brother Akim.
30 seconds. Go
ahead. Let me tell you, the end of the day, we're brothers and sisters. No reform is coming from IO. IO in debt or is dead completely. Salva Kiir is the winner. Salva Kiir is the winner. But let me speak. Salva Kiir is the winner, and then let's see from the other opposition to unite all of us. The youths will bring the reform. The youths If they used to unite,
Akim,
forget IO.
Akim, okay.
Yes.
10 seconds. Do you know if there is? Do you know any alternative? Another alternative? All these political parties in South Sudan, that will be an alternative to the solution. If IO is dead.
Okay, IO is dead.
Yeah.
The only hope I have, okay, the youth. The only hope I have, they have to come together.
Okay.
No, I'm very honest. There's no any alternative. If those of Ajawin, of Tamasrilo, of Pagaramum learn through Minister of IO to bring us all together, they will win the victory. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay. Guyball.
Thank you.
A minute and a half. I'm sorry you could not get a chance to come to the show, but go ahead. A minute and a half.
Minute and a half.
Yeah.
Like a 1 second shot. Anyway.
I know you can.
Yeah, only
you
left
can
for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's wonderful. I come back again, and I request earlier because I need to say something in the presence of Emmanuel Ajawi, and some people also we just come from nowhere. They are not part of SPLM-IG or IO, and they're happy today to just bombardment after bombardment against the SPLM-IO because they believe that they assume that we dead. If SPLM is dead, and then why we are talking here? If SPLM is dead, why we do have a lot of soldiers in South Sudan? If SPLM is dead, why we are MP in Juba? Even if those people defected from the SPLM-IO, we will maintain our seat in the peace agreement. They will not take away some part of peace agreement we are done. So they will go by themselves, and we will, have our own seat in the parliament and also in governor in a state, two state or 3 states. They will not take even single one. They walk alone. But remember this: we are not at war. We are in one government. When people switch the party, it is not a defection.
But we are 2 parties here.
Hold on. 2 parties. You switch the party because you're not getting a position. That's the meaning of it. It could happen tomorrow.
3 minutes.
Yeah. And okay, let me in a second. So sorry, I should talk more. Anyway, here's my last word. I believe those who are dancing tonight that this is the end of the SPLM-IO. Sleep well. You need to sleep well, and then tomorrow wake up and make a phone call to Juba if you actually dead. So we are here, and I hope SPLM-IO we will change South Sudan because we are not fighting for position. If there is anyone in SPLM-IO fighting for position, he will defect or she will defect tomorrow or next week. So thank you.
I thought Guy Bully, you are leader of the White Army. Why are you talking about SPLM-IO?
Yeah, why are you talking about SPLM-IO? I thought you're going to talk about yourself.
Well, I know that I'm a...
Okay, let us be time conscious, guys. Our time is going.
We are being
Anyway, no, second, for sure, the White Army are there. They're not going nowhere, all right? You know that. I'm a rebel before South Sudan independent. And my position is still no change. All right?
In America.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, I will not prolong my...
You have 1 minute exactly. Okay. Guys,
First of all,
I will start another one for 15 minutes. So please hang on.
We're going to be there.
I want everybody to have a last word.
Okay, first of all,
15 minutes and I'm going to bed.
8 hours is enough for me, man.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, I would like to just say...
I want you to have a last word, Chinkwa.
I know, but what can we do?
Okay. So
I want to greet all of you. I'm not going to talk very much, but the topic of today is the
next video you will say 15 minutes and then it will drag on and drag on.
Absolutely. This will be end of it. We will do another show tomorrow, so that's fine. Go ahead,
okay. That's all right. You can come back for 15 minutes, but it has to be within that time frame because.
Okay.
If you
go ahead,
can I say my just remark?
Because even our brother here will not be able to say anything in 40 seconds, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
15 seconds.
Why don't you just log it off and then maybe I can come within that 15 minutes? That will be good then.
That's a good idea. No time at all. No time at all. Because
just log on again for 15 minutes and then we can have a chance.
Okay.
I feel sorry for him.
I will be here only for 15 minutes, exactly 15 minutes. Yeah. If you do not speak,
I feel sorry for him, brother.
Sorry. I can't wait for you, man, to walk up through your ministry. 9 minutes is IO.
Come in. You represent IG in Australia?
I need to hear that, right?
You represent IG in Australia?
All right. See you in 15